Good afternoon, Tommy, am I good to go? Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone, and everyone following us on our stream. This is a regular town council meeting. It's Tuesday, July 13th. We have all of council present. We will start by standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and followed by the invocation. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Councilwoman Frazier, please.
Dear Lord, we thank you for life and health and the prosperity of our town and loved ones. We ask for your continued guidance in our leadership and decision-making skills, and ask that you continue to protect and keep each and every one of us and continue to bless our town. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen. Thank you. Next is the adoption of the agenda. Mr. Steese, any changes to the agenda?
None that I know of, ma'am.
Okay, if not, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, state by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That's unanimous. We have one set of meeting minutes from our June meeting. If you had a chance to look those over, are there any changes? If not, is there a motion to accept the minutes of June 8th?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, state by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Next are presentations, celebrations, and recognitions. We have, the first is our Beaufort County Student of the Month. And Mr. Steese, this is your first time to see this. We are part of this with the whole cluster. Our cluster is well over 26,000 students, and half of them are in the Bluffton cluster. And each school from pre-K or kindergarten to senior and high school submit a Student of the Month for the character trait. And they all are combined, and our cluster picks one. And we like to brag about it and have them here, and hopefully have them here in the coming months. But this one goes to Grace Tinsley, and she's at Michael C. Riley Elementary, and the trait is responsibility and cooperation. I won't read all of this, but I want her to hear what we have to say about it if she's at home watching. She's her second grade teacher shares that student responsibility occurs when students take an active part in learning by recognizing they are accountable for their success. It's demonstrated when they make choices and take actions which leads them towards their goal of education. She is the epitome of that and demonstrates responsibility for her learning and being a leader. Her calm demeanor, unyielding work ethic, and genuine care for others makes her a leader. She's been a joy at Michael C. Riley since joining this year. She comes to school each day ready to learn, cooperate with others, and collaborate to find solutions and success. We are so proud that she represents our school for Student of the Month, and we are too. So Grace, we'll get you a certificate and a coin, and we just are so proud of you, and we're just should all look up to young people like that and how they start early on. So congratulations. Next is a presentation of Beaufort County Connect 2021 Bicycle and Pedestrian Plan. Rob Merchant is the acting director of Beaufort County Community Development, and we have him on Zoom. And when we get him up, he will jump into his presentation. And I think this is more for just information. I'm sure we'll see it at SoLoco in the coming months again. So, Rob, you're up.
Building work ethic and genuine care for others makes her a leader.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes.
Sorry, I was following the meeting and I realized I think the broadcast is a little behind real time. So. Fine.
Thank you for being here, Rob.
All right, well, thank you for letting me present. I wanted to talk about a project. I'm not sure if you have the file, the presentation in your packet. Is that something that you were going to put on, or do you want me to share my screen?
We're putting it on right now.
Okay, great. All right, so as you're aware, I think we've shared this with SoLoco, and also with LATS. Beaufort County has been working in conjunction with the municipalities, also with the East Coast Greenway, the Low Country Council of Governments, the school, along with advocacy groups such as the Friends of the Spanish Moss Trail, Hilton Head Bicycle Advocacy Committee, on a joint bicycle and pedestrian plan. The idea is to, we have a pretty good network of multi-use paths in northern and southern Beaufort County, and especially in Hilton Head Island. And the challenge is, how can we build on that and connect people to, to jobs, to parks, and connect neighborhoods, so that we have a viable transportation modes and recreation in Beaufort County. You can go on to the next slide. And why plan? I think that, planning for bicycle and pedestrian facilities is one of those that meets so many different objectives. It provides an opportunity for physical, exercise, public health. It decreases traffic and emissions if it's chosen as a transportation mode. It provides more equitable access to facilities. Sometimes people do not always have access to private automobile transportation. It enhances our sense of community and place. It connects us better. And then good facilities, safe facilities, reduce collisions and conflicts with pedestrians, cyclists, with automobiles. And also, it's been shown it is an economic driver. It increases property values, and increases and enhances tourism. So there's a lot of reasons why it makes sense to really build on our bicycle and pedestrian network. You go to the next slide. The objectives of this plan and this effort really are threefold. The first is just making those connections. We already have a good network. How can we build on that network to connect to more people through our multi-use trail network? Making walking and biking a routine and safe choice for transportation. If people wish to bike places, how could we make that, an option for them? It is for some, but not everyone. And so what improvements could we make to reach out to more people and make that possible? And then also, the other objective is equity. That walking and cycling, is something that, good facilities are available to all people regardless of, their economic status. And that's something that is an objective in this plan. Go to the next slide. Guiding principles, as I said, first, making those connections. One of the things that this plan really targets, when we talk about especially bicycle facilities, it could mean anything from a paved shoulder to a separate bike path that it could, allow traffic to go two different ways. This plan focuses more on those types of facilities that most people feel comfortable using. There are obviously those who are brave and cyclists have no problem using bike lanes or paved shoulders, but most of us would choose to bike more if there were facilities that we thought were safe and allow us to get around safely. And that's primarily targeted because that is the group that you can that will change habits if you have good facilities. And then finally, this plan is it's arranged around a spine and spur approach. The idea is that you have these existing spines. In southern Beaufort County, Bluffton Parkway is serving as one, and Buckwalder in 170. So if you have this network, then the spurs would be trails tapping into that and providing more neighborhoods with connectivity to these existing multi-use pathways. So that's kind of the framework that was used in developing this plan. This is a real quick map comparison of our existing and committed projects. We have a pretty, obviously, a great network on Hilton Head Island. We have the beginnings of a really good network in Bluffton, and then also in Beaufort and Port Royal with the Spanish Moss Trail. And so the idea is when you have these trails to build on, how can you do that and reach out to more communities? The next map shows this plan fully, well, this is more focusing on Bluffton, but once this plan is fully implemented, then, how can this network serve the community? This is an example in the Bluffton area. These are the existing multi-use path network. And sometimes it's hard to draw the line of where that is, but typically 8 foot wide or greater where 2-lane bicycles can pass each other on the same pathway. So you have the Bluffton Parkway, Buckwalter Parkway, 170 and New Riverside. So if you see in this map, there's really the good beginnings of connecting the Bluffton area. So we began to look at, the next slide shows within the next 5 years, which improvements are likely are we recommending in this plan? We have several that we know that are coming from the penny sales tax projects, such as Old Road, where there's an 8 foot wide multi-use path proposed. The Hilton Head Island Bridge, we want to make sure that has a multi-use path component. In addition, we're looking at efforts that the town has been making over the New River linear trail and connecting to that from the New Riverside Park. And then also, one of the projects that received a lot of public input was extending Buck Island and multi-use pathway north of the Bluffton Parkway and accessing some of the apartment complexes, Westbury Park and the developments in that area. So these are the immediate projects. And I will say, kind of as a caveat, that there are a few things still in play. Burnchurch Road is a project that, rather than being a penny sales tax project, the county is, we're looking at doing some improvements to that would include the multi-use pathway that is coming from a different funding source. So when you see this, hopefully next month when it's completed and ready for adoption, might be some changes where this has Burnchurch Road as one of the immediate projects, which I think makes Old Joy Road makes a lot more sense when you look at that connection. And that also, it really dovetails well into the sidewalk improvements that the town is working on in the town area. You go to the next slide. Mid-range, this is 6 to 10 years. You could begin to see how this network is forming. And once again, that Burnchurch Road, we think is more in the immediate range. But this adds the east-west component to the New River linear trail, which could also be a future phase of Bluffton Parkway. 46, Bluffton Parkway 5A, if that ever gets completed, then there's an improvement in the network there. The CB New River campus to the 170 pathway, and then continuing the 170 pathway north, at least to Oldfield. The goal is eventually to have a north-south connection. And if we go to the long-term projects, once again, kind of filling in, New Riverside, connecting it back over to 46. There's been talk about Sawmill Creek and providing connection to the boat landing in that area. Hampton Parkway currently has a sidewalk for part of that, making improvements to connect that to 170. So this kind of gives you an idea about what this means for the Bluffton area. And if you think about, Bluffton is really focusing on a lot of good projects, such as, the Simmonsville Buck Island Road area, Goethe Road, some of the Old Town improvements. And this is kind of, the idea with this plan is to connect places. So you have a really wonderful community in the Old Town, and what this is, then you can get in a bike and go to another place, such as the Buckwalter Town Center. It's kind of looking at taking walkable communities and connecting them with a regional multi-use pathway network. But that's in a nutshell kind of what this means for Bluffton. Just real quickly, I can talk about the next steps. We also identified funding sources. We realized that in order for this to be successful, there has to be ultimately, to have a dedicated funding source. One of them, of course, is the capital project sales tax. That has been something that the 2018 referendum is funding a lot of projects. The intention is to continue with that, looking at LATS, the long range transportation study. The federal dollars that get passed through our local community could have a bicycle and pedestrian component, and that becomes a predictable annual funding source that could help implement part of this project. Local accommodations tax is always a good funding source for local matches, and then going after grants for other projects. Currently, the county, very site specific, but we're going after Laurel Bay Road in North Beaufort County with a grant that is, specifically charged with providing improvements for areas with military population. And so we're working with a specific Department of Defense grant. So each one of these projects may have specific funding sources that we can go after. Identify them, and then have someone, dedicated to go after grant funding for these projects. And then finally, the plan looks not only at specific projects, but also looks at setting up a framework to make it better for implementation of projects. Having a local nonprofits to advocate for projects in Beaufort County, having a staff person whose primary responsibility is to oversee plan implementation, making sure that these projects are incorporated in a long-range transportation study. So things like that are setting the stage, letting plan implementation be more successful. In addition, a lot of outreach and advocacy. I think that, especially south of the Broad, in the Bluffton area, wayfinding, could really enhance the existing network, and so what steps could we take that maybe aren't project oriented, but to really increase the visibility and or it's through apps so that people know, where there are best bicycle facilities and, how they can get around their community using them. This is a real quick presentation, and I'm certainly open to any questions you may have. The goal is to come back to you, either next month or the following month with a plan that is finalized, and our goal is to have each of the jurisdictions adopt by resolution. And that's kind of where we are right now.
Thank you, Rob. Any questions of council?
Just one.
Mr. Wood?
And thank you, Rob. It looks wonderful. Had there ever been any consideration coming from Buckwalter Parkway back into the town historic district? I know that's the scenic highway, but I know it would connect all the other areas west of there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I actually noticed that you're talking about on 46.
Yes, sir.
I think that's a possibility, and it does kind of seem like a little bit of a gap in the future plans. So that might be something that we can work with Bluffton staff on and our task force.
Thank you.
Any other questions? This has been presented to Soloco. I reminded myself of that. And have you submitted it to LATS yet, Rob, or you want to wait to get to LATS? Are you thinking of getting this in the long-range transportation plan?
Yeah, I've been working closely with Stephanie Rossi. They finally have a consultant on board, and they're beginning their process. But they're aware that the idea is to incorporate these recommendations into the LATS long-range transportation study.
Anybody else? Thank you very much, Rob, for doing this, and maybe the next time you'll be here in person. So,
Well, good.
thank you. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you.
Yes, sir. Moving on to public comment. We are continuing to do public comment virtually. They're in a waiting room. And I don't know, can they hear me, Kim? If you can hear me, and I'll remind you, just speak to council and just avoid any disrespect toward council or anyone on staff or in the room, and keep your public comment to 3 minutes. We're very strict on that. And I will call your name, and I think you're all in the room, and we'll get you up and get you talking. So we have Gary Graham first. Let's go to, who do you have? Why don't we go to you, Kim? Who do you have that we can pull up?
Well, I asked all of them to list their names.
Okay. So do we have Mary Ann Purdue? Let's go at the top and work our way down, and we'll figure this out.
Carrie?
Let's do Carrie. Carrie Eames. I don't have a pen, Kim, so. Carrie. Oh, you're so sweet. Thank you. Carrie, good afternoon. I think you're connecting and can't hear me yet. Okay. Carrie, can you hear me on this computer? Carrie, please unmute. If you can unmute there you go. Carrie, yes, we hear you. If you could just state your name and your address, you have 3 minutes, and great to hear from you tonight.
Thank you. My name is Carrie Imes. I'm the HOA president for the farm of Buckwalter. I'm here today because I would like to bring up the issue of flooding in the farm again. Unfortunately, we all know what happened with Hurricane Matthew. It affected and debilitated the entire area. Somehow the farm became the poster child of flooding for the area of the Low Country. We have a maintenance plan in effect that is followed diligently. It's based on the Town and Bluffton Stormwater Design Manual for Wet Detention Ponds, Section 7.14.3, as well as vegetated swales at 7.11.3. We've been performing best management practice reports and implementing all recommendations and follow-up since before they were required by the town. We have bi-monthly maintenance performed during the season of March through October, and then monthly on the off-season. At the suggestion of Thomas and Hutton, we had calibrated reading sticks put into our lagoons so that we can pinpoint any issues whatsoever as far as the drainage is concerned. A lagoon committee was formed, collects and records all rainfall. Both can report any issues, so they're addressed immediately. We had 2 forums in the community with the town of Bluffton and Thomas and Hutton in attendance to explain how the drainage system works and the role of the farm and what it plays in it. The most recent was August of 2019. At that time, we were informed that engineers hired by the town to address flooding issues in Bluffton, and there was discussion from both parties that the system may be insufficient and need to be upgraded going forward, since only less than 50% of the planned developments have been actually developed. What our problem seems to be is right now, I am also part of the lagoon committee, and it's not necessarily our lagoons that are flooding, it is the wetlands. What is pouring in off of Buckwalter, the rec center, and the rest of this portion of the town, the wetlands are not absorbing it. It just free falls like a waterfall and floods our streets on a regular basis. I'm not talking major storms, I'm talking regularly. It's affecting our property values, our insurance costs, and quite honestly, a lot of anxiety and stress on our homeowners every time a storm is forecast. What we're looking for is possible advice or solutions on whether the town engineer has looked into any system failures, particularly in the wetlands. Obviously, the farm has no authority to alter protected wetlands or the overall drainage system in Bluffton. We'd also need to talk a little more on who is responsible for what's being funded.
Carrie, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and we're all taking notes, and thank you for coming on tonight. Okay, you want to do her next? Yeah. Okay. Next is Karen Fife. Did you get Carrie's address, Kim? Okay.
Hello?
Karen, good evening. It's Bluffton Town Council. If you would quickly give us your name and your address, then you have 3 minutes for public comment. So your time starts.
Where do I do that?
You name and address and start with your public comment.
I can't understand you. I'm sorry.
You stop the timer. Can you hear us? Can you hear me, Karen?
I hear you, but
Can you hear us?
It'd be better if I go on this Zoom.
Did y'all hear what she said?
Okay. All right. It's Karen Fife, and what else did you need?
That you just start from there. That's fine.
Okay, Karen Fife. So my concerns are flooding and speed of the drivers in the community. As I said in my comments, first of all, I want to thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak on everything. I appreciate that. I'm new to the community, and like I said in the comments, had 2 floodings in front of the house. One was addressed quite quickly by the HOA. The other one was with the town, and from what I understand, it's their responsibility. And the waters out there were flooded for 2 days. It's going up the driveway. It was a road hazard. I believe that it would have been better to have cones put at both ends to divert the traffic because people were speeding through it. And I have a great fear of my home being flooded because of it. But regarding the speeding, from what I understand, a couple of years ago from other community members, there was a thought to put speed bumps in. And I was wondering, one, if that could be revisited, if only on the busiest streets, for especially the safety of the children who are walking to school. As for the flooding, in this day and age, I'm surprised that a permanent solution cannot be found to not have the flooding we have at this part, especially Old Bridge Drive. And those are my comments.
Thank you very much, Karen. Uh-huh. Is it 252?
4763.
Okay. Philip Elberfeld. Philip, can you hear us?
Yes.
Great.
Can you hear me?
Yes, if you could give us your name and your address, and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Philip Elberfeld, and I live at 319 Mill Pond Road, and perfect timing. I just stopped my car to pick my wife up, so I'm not in front of it. Did you hear me?
Yes, you can start.
Okay. So have you read my information that I sent in?
This is your time to speak at public comment, Philip, so you're on.
Okay. Well, I submitted my,
Yes.
concerns about my property, risk of flooding, flooded in 2016 or 2015 with Hurricane Matthew before I bought it, and that was never disclosed to me in the real estate transaction. So it's obviously, nervous. I keep an eye on it. I've done a lot to my home to try to prevent it on my end as best I can, but just with the rain that came down from Elsa the other day, the 5 to 7 inches, I I really saw that really there's two problems in there. It's the wetlands on Old Bridge, but it's also this drainage river behind my home and behind the waste station, CP27. And that really started turning into a lake back there. You know, it's drained out after 3 days, but it just kind of caught my attention that, wow, that's really what happens. It's really both of those water sources that surround Mill Pond Road, I think, as it did in Hurricane Matthew. So are there any solutions to this? Is it a legal, unresolved legal battle between the town and the HOA and the builder? If that's never going to be resolved, is there anybody that would take responsibility for pumping out that lake should it ever happen again? You see what I'm saying?
We're here to listen. Yes, Philip, we hear you. We're here to listen to your comments. Is that all?
Okay.
Yes.
That's really about all I have. It's just a summary of what I wrote down in writing, and you know, it just seems like it's unresolved. And I know the HOA has done everything they could with the sewers and the drains, and it seems like that's good, but it's just too much water between the wetlands and this drainage river. And I think if something bad happens again, it's going to be the homeowners are flooded and nobody helps us out.
Thank you, Philip. Thank you very much for coming on and speaking. And have a good evening.
And thank you for all your work. I do appreciate it. Okay.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Second number down, 8653.
Uh-huh.
That is
Peter Clausis, okay. Peter, are you on?
Yes.
Great. You have 3 minutes.
Hello.
You have 3 minutes if you could just state your name and your address, and then you can start with your public comment.
Okay, you need my name and address, you said?
Yes, sir, and then start with your public comment.
Hey, hi, this is Peter Ploussas, P-L-O-U-S-S-A-S, 269 Old Bridge Drive, Bluffton, South Carolina. I sent in my comment form, and basically the comment form is talking about the drainage, that if the HOA is correct in what they're saying, that all the drains are operating properly, then why do we keep on flooding? It looks like to me and a lot of the residents, there's too much water coming into the farm community. Now, if that's not due to overdevelopment, my question is, how do we correct the problem? If we need more drainage at the farm, who is responsible for that? Is the town responsible for that, or the association, the neighborhood responsible for that? It is obvious we need something done with the drainage. So do I get a response to my question, or all I get to do is make a comment?
Yes, sir. This is where we listen and take notes, and we do not respond at public comment, but we are listening and we do hear you.
Okay, but again, my question, how do I find out the answer to my question? Obviously we need something done with the water flow. Now, if the town is saying it's not the water flow, we need drainage, which I think that's what we need, is more drainage. Who is responsible for the drainage? The community or the town? How do I find out that answer?
If you'll get in contact with our town manager or our engineering department, they can answer your questions. And it's their information is on the website.
Would that be Kim Jones, or is that someone else?
That is, and I'm told that y'all have been in contact. Thank you,
Correct.
sir.
We have been in contact, and as I put in my comments, on June 30th, the town themselves came out and inspected the drainage area that's affected by the flooding. And they said, the town themselves said there's nothing, everything's clear, and there's no obstruction. But yet 5 or 6 days later, we got flooded.
Sir, we will get back with you. Public comment is not for a discussion, and we just write down your comments, and we'll get with staff and our town manager, but I appreciate you calling in. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Who's that?
Bye.
Skylar Kennedy.
Do you have a Skylar? Skylar. Okay. Oh, a face. Hey, Skylar, how are you? I know he can't hear me. I saw that very clearly, Tommy. Good, Skylar, it's good to see your face.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
ma'am.
You have 3 minutes. If you could state your name and address, you have 3 minutes, and we're here to listen.
Okay. Well, I live at, my name is Skylar Andrew Kennedy, and I live at 250 Old Bridge Drive in Bluffton, South Carolina.
You go. You're up.
Okay. So my main concern is with the flooding that occurs in the farm at Buckwalter. Us in the neighborhood, we've all been communicating with IMC, which is our property management company. And they seem to be doing everything that they're supposed to do according to the best management practices as laid forth by the engineers. But there's still a lot of water coming in, just like this with this past storm. The intersection of Old Bridge Drive and Mill Pond Road is still flooding really bad. And we didn't have, it was a lot of rain with the storm, but it wasn't anything close to what we had, for instance, during Matthew. We've lived in this neighborhood since 2015, so we went through Matthew. Our house was flooded. We had to rebuild everything. I think there has to be another issue other than us, the neighborhood, keeping our drains cleared and cleaning out our ponds. I think there's definitely, at least, when you look at it, when the road is flooded, you can see plainly that there's water coming in from the wetlands areas that's next to the road. And the thing is the water doesn't recede for a couple of days. We were sitting here 2 days after the storm, and there's still standing water. It was flowing through the drainage system, but it's still coming in so fast that it's not able to recede that very quickly. So we're sitting here 2 days after a rainstorm, we still have standing water in the street. That is my main concern, and I just hope that there is some way that the town can help at least point us in the right direction to get the problem fixed, because I don't want to be sitting here in a similar situation as we were back when Matthew came through.
Thank you, Skylar. Thank you very much.
Yes, ma'am.
Kim. I have Sean. There's a Sean Fleming. Sean, Tommy. Sean?
Yes.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear me?
Yes. If you would state your name and address, you can begin your public comment.
Okay. My name is Sean Fleming. I live out of the area, 114 Shea Street in Somerville, South Carolina. But I've been brought in to look at the drainage associated with the community of farm as a contractor / advisor. So I do have some insight in regards to the site prior to the rain event of last Thursday, as well as the morning of last Thursday, and how the flow was. And the question that I had primarily was a proactive one, was to see if there was any means of increasing capacity for the community. The flooding seems to be predominantly adjoined on the wetland side at that location. And I just wanted to see if there was maybe some means of increasing the capacity, if that has been something that's looked at in regards to the waterways. I appreciate your time, and I definitely appreciate you taking the time for this forum and listening to everyone's comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sean.
I would check that.
Who is 516? Why don't you put it on and we'll see who it is. And you still have Carrie on the room. Do you want to get her out of the room? Go to the very top, 516. Let's see who that is. Hello, can you hear us? And who is this? And who is this?
This is Karen Fife.
Karen. Oh, I'm sorry, Karen. We kept you in the room. Have a good evening. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, have a good night. So we have Gary Graham, Marion Purdue, Nancy Charter, Casey, Leonard, and Mihesh, and we don't have them.
I'm not sure who
Do you want to just see? Let's see who E. Fowler is. You can let Carrie Iams out of the room, Tommy. She spoke first. Is this a Mr. or Ms. Fowler? Oh. Yeah, they're the same. Oh, okay. Well, we'll tell them. Get them out. You want to try this? How about KM Dawn? We're just checking to see if you're part of public comment. We don't recognize your name on the waiting room. Who is this?
Me?
Yes.
Karen Fife.
Karen.
I spoke.
Oh, gosh, you're in there twice. Okay.
Well, the Zoom meeting didn't open up, so I went to the phone instead.
Thank you. We just didn't want to miss anybody, but thank you.
I appreciate that. Will we get results, like a comment after all this?
Probably in mayor. Stay tuned. There's a section where we can communicate with mayor and council, and if anyone has a comment, they'll make it then.
Okay, great.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Have a nice night.
Great, you too. Okay, so if Gary, Marianne, Nancy, Casey, Leonard, or Mihesh are watching, you need to get in the room with Kim Chapman to read your public comments so it can be part of the record. So please email us if there's anything else you'd like to tell us. Public comment is over. Communications from council, mayor and council. Anybody? Anybody?
I would like to have further, Brian, I know you were out there in 2017 to respond to these folks, and I was out there that night, and they definitely have a major problem, and it's only going to escalate. But I would like to have the conversation again with you on this. I know you made a recommendation. Did you give it to them in writing at the time?
I can't remember back to 2017 what we did. I know Thomas and Hutton has given them a recommendation, and then we attended the meeting in 2019 as well.
Right.
I was out there today to inspect it. What many of them said is correct. It's the wetland that's flowing into the road. The system itself is working fine. We have to get out there when it's a little drier to see if the pipe under Old Bridge Road is adequately sized. It may be blocked. But a wetland, by definition, it's in the name. It's wetland. It's a distinct ecosystem that's flooded either permanently or seasonally, especially this time of year when we have major storm events. We had 6 inches of rain in less than probably 8 hours or 12 hours. That's a 100-year event. These systems are only designed for 25-year events. So without going out, I went out there today. It was flowing. The wetland is still full of water. So they do have an issue, and so we'll work with the HOA and the property owners and the engineer.
Thank you. I know it. I remember in 17 it's not the only area that flooded because everywhere flooded with Matthew. But I tell you, we might, and I don't know who it is, but we need to alert the county who has the land that fronts Old Bridge Road that has future use for recreation, and maybe there's a point to, halt that. I mean, I don't know if taking down any more trees in front of farm is going to help years down the road, and perhaps there's something that they can utilize. I totally put that knowledge with you.
I'll work with Heather when we go through that
But,
process.
and another thing I wrote down, I just hope that all the residents do get the same message that you're giving out. Do we go through their management company only? Is there some way, I know.
If a resident emails Kim or myself or Bill Bauer, anyone in Watershed, we respond to them directly, and then we also either copy or forward that on to the association and make them aware of it. Given all these comments, we're going to have a meeting with everybody and get on the same page. Because they keep calling it the town's wetlands. It's not the town's wetlands. It's actually land owned by the HOA. The town wetland portion to the north of the main entrance into the farm, that's flowing fine. There's no standing water in it. So the blockage is happening somewhere downstream.
It's something, in each community, they have their own wetlands, and that's
And they're all interconnected. This has to go through a series of ponds. It's complicated, so.
I got a feeling they're not maybe getting the same message you're giving, but you're giving it to people who email you, and I appreciate it. But maybe it is a meeting to really just discuss it and show them, because it sounds like they want to make it right as well. They're not putting it all on the town. So, but I appreciate you going out there.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Anyone else on anything else? Okay, moving on to workshop. Chris Forster, back to Director of Finance. How are you?
Very good.
Chris is here to discuss the American Rescue Plan Act and give us an update.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Council. So, as you all know, this year Congress passed and the President signed the American Rescue Plan Act, also known as ARPA. It was a sweeping bill, offered billions of dollars in support across the economy, but more notably for us, it had $350 billion for state and local and tribal governments to respond to the COVID-19 emergency and the effects on the economy. So within that $350 billion, there was about $65.1 billion specifically for municipalities throughout the country. And that is further broken down into two groups. There's a group for non-entitlement communities or non-metro communities, about $19.5 billion, as well as entitlement communities, which are the metro communities of $45.6 billion. So these metro communities receive their distribution based on a modified CDBG formula, which factors in population, extent of poverty, housing overcrowding, and age of housing. And then communities that fall within the non-entitlement category receive their allocations based solely on population, the 2019 estimate of population. Now this distinction is important, which I'll go over in a minute. So the allocations for our area are as follows. The state is receiving $2.5 billion. The county, Beaufort County, is receiving $37.3 million. Bluffton's final allocation is $1.98 million. Hilton Head is $5.2 million. Now Bluffton and Hilton Head are considered entitlement or metro communities. And then Beaufort City is receiving $6.69 million, and Hardyville is $3.6 million, and they fall into the non-entitlement or non-metro category. So, as you all may remember, when Congress passed, the congressional staff put out estimates for communities across the country and what they expected they would get. The original estimate that was released for Bluffton was $9.55 million. As you saw on the previous slide, we ended up with only $1.98 million. So what happened? So originally, we were classified by congressional staff as a non-entitlement community. And that has to do with the fact that as part of our HUD classification, we declined the entitlement classification in order to take advantage of more CDBG potential grants. Now, when this bill was passed, it put the legal authority of executing it into the hands of the U.S. Treasury. And U.S. Treasury interpreted the law differently than congressional staff, and they said that if you are eligible as a entitlement community, you would be treated as such, regardless of how you, whether you waived your HUD classification or not. So that put us into that other bucket of dollars and the other means of allocating those dollars. So rather than being a big fish in a small pond, we are a small fish in a very large pond, and so our allocation went down significantly. Now, also of note, when the final estimates came out, the amount that the non-entitlement communities were getting was about 33% more than the original estimate. So when you factor that in to what our original estimate was, we could have reasonably assumed that to get about $12.73 million if we had remained in that other classification. So that's essentially a net loss, potential loss of $10.8 million. So what are our options? So initially we contacted the U.S. Treasury, and they are not budging on this interpretation, and they have no indications of changing their interpretation. So the other option, and other communities in other states that are affected similar to us have reached out to their state governments and requested that they be made whole from their state pot of ARPA dollars. So we are working with our delegation to make the same request. And just for information, there's about 6 other communities within South Carolina that got caught up in this change in classification that were impacted relatively significantly. There's other communities, but there's 6 main communities. All right, so how do we get the funds? So if you are a entitlement community, you can get the dollars directly from the U.S. Treasury. You can draw down directly from the U.S. Treasury. Now, if you're a non-entitlement, you have to get your funds from the state government. The Treasury sends the dollars to the state, and they are required by law to eventually pass it on to the communities. So one of the great things about the classification that we got is that we don't have to wait on the state, we can claim it from the U.S. Treasury, which we have. We've received 50% of our allocation by law, which is $991,000, and that is in a separate fund and account currently with the town. The other 50% will be allocated in 12 months, in a year, June 2022. And these can be used for eligible costs incurred or obligated by December 31st, 2024, and must be fully spent out by December 31st, 2026. Now, the overall objectives in the law are support COVID-19 response, replace lost public sector revenue, support immediate economic stabilization, and address systemic public health economic challenges. Now, these objectives were broken down to 7 main allowable uses. This includes replacement of public sector revenue loss, support for public health response, water and sewer infrastructure, broadband infrastructure to address negative economic impacts, equity-focused services, and premium pay for essential workers. The ineligible uses, what we cannot use these dollars for, is to offset tax decreases. So we can't decrease our taxes and then use these dollars to supplement it. That would be illegal. We cannot put the money into our pension fund. And then there's other specific restrictions for those specific 7 categories, and I'll go into those in a minute. The first and arguably one of the most important ways we can use these dollars is to replace our revenue loss. And I say this because once you claim a portion of your ARPA allocation as revenue loss, there are a lot less restrictions to how you use those dollars. You have more leeway in how you use those dollars. So the U.S. Treasury put out a specific formula on determining what your revenue loss is. And they used the base year of FY19. And so the allowable revenue sources for FY19 for us is $27.9 million. Now, they said that compared to actuals for FY20, you can use a formula based on the average growth rate for the 3 previous years. So if you look at the previous 3 years prior to FY19, on average, our revenue grew 9.1%. So we could have reasonably expected by law to have received revenue of $31.8 million in FY20. Our actual revenue in FY20 was $28.1. So we can claim a revenue loss of $3.7 million in total. Obviously, this is more than $1.98 million. So essentially, all the dollars that we can get directly from the Treasury, we can claim as revenue loss. And then if we are successful in getting any ARPA dollars from the state, we could reasonably make the case to claim additional funds up to that $3.7 million. So what are the rules around this use of revenue loss dollars? They essentially say for the provision of government services, and that's very broad. And then they put some specifics, but they say it's not limited to. So it includes, but not limited to, maintenance, infrastructure, modernization of cybersecurity, health services, environmental remediation, and safety services. And then it also says it cannot be used for certain things, and that is principal and interest. So we couldn't pay P&I on our car financings or our bond. That would not be allowed. We cannot use it for any legal settlements, and we cannot plop it in any of our reserves. So the next allowable category is support for public health response. So this category is pretty much similar to what the previous aid that was approved by Congress in the past. It's mitigation and prevention of COVID, medical expenses, including long-term needs from COVID-19 symptoms, behavioral health, public health and safety staff, the payroll and benefits of public health and safety personnel devoted to mitigating the COVID-19 response. So this is all very similar to what was released before. These are still eligible with ARPA dollars. The important qualifiers they put in here is that it has to be provided for their efforts were devoted to mitigating COVID response, and eligible uses must be in response to the disease itself or harmful consequences of economic disruptions resulting from the public health emergency. Next, we'll go into infrastructure, water and sewer infrastructure, and this also includes stormwater by federal definition. So all these types of uses under the water and sewer infrastructure would qualify. So wastewater treatment plants, controlled non-point sources of pollution, improved infrastructure resiliency from water events, green infrastructure, protection of water bodies from pollution, drinking water system, distribution systems, treatment infrastructure, stormwater treatment, water reuse, and cybersecurity. So all that falls under this category. And this is one of two that are not related to COVID impacts. It's just infrastructure improvements. The second being broadband infrastructure. I won't spend a lot of time on this. I had Tommy review all the rules and criteria for this, and we would not be eligible. This is more directed at rural areas that do not have access to that download speeds there. Doesn't really apply to us. We can't really take advantage. Negative economic impacts. So this is a very broad category. I'm going to go through this pretty succinctly. So when assessing whether or not something qualifies under this category, you have to assess whether and the extent to which there has been an economic harm, such as loss of earnings or revenue, resulted from the COVID-19 public health emergency, and the extent to which the use would respond or address this harm. And in doing this, you consider whether this harm was caused or made worse by the COVID-19 public health emergency. So that initial claim makes it sound very, very specific to COVID impacts. But then it goes on. There's a caveat to that. So there's a quote down here. It says, in assessing whether a household meets this definition, you may presume a household that experienced unemployment or increased housing and food insecurity, or is low or moderate income, less than 80% AMI, you may assume they experienced negative economic impacts from the pandemic. So basically, if you fall in those categories, you automatically are eligible for aid that are outlined on these eligible uses. And what are the eligible uses? Assistance to unemployed workers, assistance to households, and this can come in the form of food assistance, rent, mortgage, utility assistance, burials, home repair, weatherization, or other needs, and literacy assistance and job training. Improve the efficacy of economic relief programs, which essentially is any of the legwork to set up these programs. You can use these dollars to support that. Then small business and nonprofit assistance. So this is to weather closure or mitigate financial hardships as a result of COVID-19. This could be in the form of loans or grants to compensate for declines in revenue or other prevention tactics to COVID-19. Also rehiring governmental staff. We did not go through any mass layoffs because of COVID, but if we did, you could rehire staff with that. And then aid to impacted industries. And this is really targeted towards tourism, travel, and hospitality. Next, we have equity-focused services. So this is investments in housing and neighborhoods. Address homelessness, affordable housing development, housing vouchers, residential counseling. Also can be used for educational disparities And as I go through these, a lot of these are pretty broad. It goes into healthcare and education. Keep in mind that this is targeted across the nation. Some communities have those within their purview, so it would be applicable for them. It might not be for us. And promoting healthy childhood environments. Premium pay. So you can also offer premium pay to eligible workers performing essential work during COVID-19 public health emergency. So basically workers that maintain continuity of operations of essential critical sectors, protecting health and well-being of communities. And this can be an amount up to $13 per hour in addition to wages otherwise received. Cannot exceed $25,000 per eligible worker. This is an option. This is not a mandatory use. This is an option for you to consider. Such workers include healthcare, food production, janitors, public safety, childcare, social and human services, and any other workers that have regular interactions or physical handling of items that were also handled by others. So really tonight, it's not telling you or making any recommendations on how to use, but informing you of the ways in which it can be used, what the amounts are, and to get your input on kind of where staff should start focusing on developing programs for the use of these dollars. As you recall, the $1.98 million we can capture as lost revenue, which opens up the use. So I have various things that we could potentially use it for. And then also, if we get dollars from the state pot of money, since that is we would essentially be treated as a subrecipient, so we'd still be have to follow the ARPA regulations as outlined in my previous slides. But these are all various ideas of ways that you can use it. Looking for your input and thoughts on my presentation tonight.
Great presentation. I realized what it was.
Now I'm really confused.
Anybody have questions or suggestions? This is a workshop item, but just to give Chris kind of where we're thinking, and Stephen can get with all of us on next steps. We don't have to take up the whole night, but maybe it's something to get your head around. Ask now, or we can meet with our town manager individually. And do you want to?
I'll yield it to that side and come back.
Oh, anything on this side? Any thoughts, Fred? Did you have something?
Stephen and Chris, I spoke to you both about the executive order 13985. Can you speak?
Executive order regarding
the Americans Care Act.
Not familiar with an additional executive order. Was it presidential executive order or
yes,
state?
Presidential executive order.
Okay. Not sure. I'd have to look that up.
I sent it to you, but I'll send it to you again.
Okay.
Talk to you about it, but you probably.
Well, I know we talked about the allowable uses for at-risk communities.
Underserved communities.
Underserved communities. Sorry, I apologize. And I addressed that in, if I can find it. So yeah, right here. So as far as determining whether not underserved communities can be allowable for a lot of these benefits, it's fairly broad in what it can use. And I would say that there's language, and this may be what you're referring to in the executive order, but language saying that there's a push for communities to focus on underserved communities as they develop these programs. And I would say that these definitions right here open it up pretty broadly to assist as many people in need as possible.
But what I would recommend is that we set up a workshop, figure out how, who we partner with, to make some of those provisions come to fruition. But we give council some time to digest what we have here, as well as we address the executive order that's part of this American Care Act.
And if you could let all of council know, I have no idea what you're talking about. So if whoever gets that could pass it along to all of council and maybe just a response to it.
Brief, yeah.
So I will just move down. Just an update for y'all. I talked to our representative, Bill Herb Kurzman, today, and he is on this committee he asked to be on the committee to look at the 7 or 8 towns in our state who didn't get fully funded. So he just wanted to make sure that we knew that, and he is really pushing for some criteria, if even maybe going beyond the funding, like you had said, Chris, that it could be focused on affordable housing. So if we can help him with that, I don't know what help he needs, but he knows that we were very underfunded on this. Question, Larry?
Yeah, Chris, I just got a couple just for clearance. First of all, when and do we have to declare what we want to do with the money once we get it? Are we obligated to tell them, so to speak, up front what we're going to use it for?
No, we have to report on expenditures after the fact, but they have to fall in line with the requirements of the act.
Sure.
So we just have to be careful about how we plan and designate dollars. But yes, there's a reporting after the fact that we have to get.
After the fact, meaning 26?
Well, well, there's a first report that's due, I think it's at the end of August. Anything we've spent through August, we have to give them a report on. And then for us, given our size, I believe it's an annual report. If you're larger communities, have to do it quarterly. Large cities have to do it even more frequently. But for us, I think it's an annual report.
Next August. I mean, this August coming, but if we haven't spent any, all you do is spend, you just, it's easy, right?
That's right, which is easy report.
So it's no big rush is what I'm saying. And also, can we use some for 5 different segments of these qualifications, or does it have to all be used in one?
For any of the qualifications that are eligible under the law.
My last question is the state, any idea about the state part, you know, $2.5 billion or whatever?
So
you mentioned that if we get some, maybe any idea of what kind of fish we're looking at there, or is there no way to tell? Or
well, we got an idea. I mean, they're going to meet in September on this to determine how this gets allocated or broken up. And every state's different. Some states, the governor's office has retained authority to allocate those dollars. Our governor has pushed it to the, I believe it's the Ways and Means Committee, or a separate committee of the Ways and Means Committee, which our representative sits on. So we've been in close contact with him about our needs and potential needs of those dollars, and in our situation specifically because of a loss of expected revenue.
Okay, and my last question: how come Hilton Head's is so much more than ours?
Yeah, so
and I mean, I know the average income and all that has a lot to do with it.
Yeah. They're a bigger community than us that fall within that other pot of allocated dollars that are metro. So we're competing with the Columbias and New York Cities and out of that pot of dollars. So and again, that formula is based on these different things: population, extent of poverty, housing overcrowding, and age of housing. We're a much newer community. We're not as big as a lot of the other metro communities, so it all impacts us in the formula.
Not as populated as the other communities. We're actually bigger.
Well, that fall within the metro category, we're not as populated.
Well, that's all I had. Thank you.
Yeah.
Bridget?
Yeah, I had a comment. Just to follow up on Larry's question, I know an organization I was with, we helped some businesses in terms of securing grants, and what could have contributed to why we didn't get as much funding. We don't have the same designation another Hilton Head and like Beaufort does in terms of the EIDL grants. They had a certain designation for residents or areas that were considered impoverished. Nowhere in Bluffton had that designation, but pockets of Hilton Head had it, Jasper County had it, Beaufort had it, and I thought that was odd, but and I'm sure that could be one of the reasons that contributed to it. To what Councilman Hamilton said, I definitely would like to ensure that we do make sure that we're adhering to that portion of the Americans Care Act, that we aren't leaving out underserved communities if the designation was there for them. Just my suggestion on one of the areas I would like to see funding go towards. I know I saw it about essential employees, and I know employees did get a certain raise with our new budget. But in looking at some of the hourly staff, I know it would be, I would say, good faith with us to allocate some of that funding if we could towards them, because they were definitely here when everyone else had time off and days off. Speaking more specifically to our public works guys, especially, they do a tremendous amount of work here, and I definitely don't want that to go unnoticed. And I think it would be a great gesture to do that. And if we could designate some of that to law enforcement also, who were considered essential, but didn't get what some places got for hazard pay, I think it would be great if we could push funds, not all of it, but if we could push some of the funding to those essential employees.
I'll finish up. I'll tell you what.
After you're finished, I'd like.
Okay. I like where you highlighted and bolded the areas. I think it's a perfect time to, depending on what we get. 1.9 is not going to go very far, but absolutely, my tops are affordable housing. I do like that essential workers. I was also telling Stephen about Hinesville, Georgia. Some of their money's going back to the business community, and I know we had some businesses suffer greatly,
right.
And I don't know what that does with staff time of setting it up, because it'd have to be some kind of application process, and that might be that negative economic impacts. Is that where that would fall? Historic preservation, it'd be the one time we really can focus on our contributing structures and help in some way to keep them contributing so we don't lose our designation. I do like that too. And stormwater. I mean, I think those are, kind of look at our comp plan and what's important to us and go with that with some kind of plan, so.
Yes. So before we use the money for any reason, would you look for a clearance through the government to make sure that the money we're saying that we're going to spend a certain way would be approved a certain way?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. And I think it would be good for staff to come up with a list of suggestions also, maybe your top 5 or top 10. Y'all see a lot of things that, we don't see on a daily basis. And so I'd love to see your top numbers and then it might give us more enlightenment about what we want to do also. And then, and by the way, those were great suggestions from everybody up here. And also we have an opportunity to fund that Regional Housing Trust Fund, which is tied into affordable housing. And there's other things that we can do on the affordable housing side. And you talked like that revenue stream was good for 2 years, if I understood correctly.
Yep.
So again, we have, I don't remember how many years out the RHTF was projected to go, but that's a consideration also.
They have to be obligated by the end of 2024. And then you have until the 2026 to actually.
Follow-up question on that. You have to, because I had written in there, I'm sure our CIP list will have a new column that might, if something falls in there, it'll say ARPA money. But say we have our list of 20 projects. When we submit those by 2024, is they're set in stone? That may, I don't know if you have the answer to that question, but if we have our list of projects that we have to let the powers that be know, I'm just thinking this council changes, everybody changes. Is that a list that will continue until its completion?
Yeah, I mean, CIP is a multi-year plan. It is approved annually, though, one single fiscal year budgets. I don't really know the exact answer, but I would say that if you obligate dollars for the ARPA program and it gets past the December 31st, 2024 deadline, there's probably a lot more restrictions on whether or not or how you change how those dollars are programmed. But I don't know the details.
I was just trying to keep it on what we decide to make sure it doesn't.
Right, right.
Anybody else? Mr. Hamilton had asked about a workshop. Do you want to get with Stephen and think about the timing and when it, when, we don't have to know now,
Right.
but should we push it and wait until we hear from state about how much more we're going to get? So it's just a thought.
Is there a timeline on the state that we could look forward to or not?
September.
This September.
Yeah.
We'll see, yeah.
They would workshop after we see what that is.
Yeah, I think it makes sense to know exactly what we're dealing with, if y'all are okay with that. Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Chris, for this.
Yep.
Next, we have a public hearing and final reading on an item, and I double-checked with Terry. We can do the public hearing all at once for all the items. Did you find out if the final reading was individual or for all the items?
You can do it all fine. You can do all of them at one time.
Okay. So this is a public hearing and final reading for the consideration of ordinances related to property commonly referred to as St. Gregory the Great, consisting of approximately 61,093 acres located at 323 Fording Island Road, and you have the tax map numbers. Let's do the public hearing first. Do I need to read out A, B, C, D, E, and F? Yes. Thank you, Kim. We're going to have public comment on the following items. Consideration of an amendment to the Town of Bluffton Comprehensive Plan to amend the future annexation area and change said property's future land use designation from civic, institutional to medium density commercial. Consideration of 100% annexation request. Consideration of an amendment to the Buckwalter Plan Unit development for a new land use tract. Consideration of a zoning map amendment. Consideration of an amendment to the Buckwalter Development Agreement, and consideration of an amendment to the Buckwalter Development Agreement Concept Plan. Public hearing is open. First call for public comment on any of these items. And do we have anything, Kim? Let me go through it though. Second call for public comment on any of the 6 items. Third and final call for public comment on the 6 items under this public hearing. Public hearing is closed. Heather, now we're on a final reading for the same items. Tommy, you'll let in whoever. That's all you got. Really fast. 3 minutes. Thank you. Thank you. So can you tell us who is, will we know? If everybody who's coming out of their room, please either turn the, I don't know how to tell you what to do, but we can hear you and we can hear us. So maybe mute until you're called upon, and think about taking it off of Facebook on that device. Right, Tommy? Can you mute people, Tommy? Yes. Okay. Well, you can start and he can start pulling them up, Heather, because no one's going to interrupt you.
Here, though.
Hmm?
I need my presentation here on the screen, although not necessarily.
Is that okay, Tommy? Can you do both? Or do you want us to wait?
I can start talking to you, that's fine. We can go back to some maps.
No, you're fine.
Okay.
That E. Fowler is? Okay, they're on speaker. Okay. Okay, Heather.
Okay. So the 6 items that I'm going to be presenting right now are all related to the initial request from St. Gregory the Great. related to their request to annex into the town limits and be part of the municipal boundaries for the town of Bluffton. There's a lot of concurrent applications that I will go through. If you have questions, please stop me, or I can answer questions at the end. We also have on the call, we have Walter Nestor, who is the agent for St. Gregory the Great, as well as some representatives from the church and the diocese attorney as well. So I know they can answer some questions if I cannot. Just to start out initially, this came officially to us about 2 years ago, although I keep saying 3 years because that's about when we really started going through the process and the application moving forward. And their initial request, and I'll let them expand on it if you should request, is to, a lot of the members thought they were part of the municipal limits of the town. They have that 2991 zip code and wanted to find out how to move forward to be officially part of Bluffton and move forward. Here's an aerial map that shows the location. So it's to the north of Fording Island Road 278. So it is contiguous across the street near Buckwalter Parkway, right there, and there is the church there and the fire station that's outside, just over there to the right if you're looking at your screen. There's also another parcel that you'll see, kind of that little red square in the middle. That's Beaufort Jasper Water and Sewer Authority, and they are also agreeable to the application. That's where they have a pump station. So this is all started with a 100% request for annexation. Again, this started, they applied initially in July 9th of 2019 for that annexation request, and that's what's resulted in the concurrent applications moving forward. Their initial application was actually to be zoned general mixed use district. Anytime an application is proposed to be annexed into the town, we also have to assign it a zoning designation. So you at least at the very minimum have to, if you're requesting annexation, what's your request? How are you going to be regulated, move forward? Again, their initial request was for that general mixed use and also part of that highway corridor overlay district. That has since evolved, get to a little bit of that. And we also, going through it, you'll see there's a map that does show the future annexation area. That dotted line is kind of in the middle of those parcels to the north of 278. Reading the text and the verbiage that goes with it, we believe the intent and the interpretation is that that's that whole parcel area. So just align it with the parcels. But what we recommended that they do is go ahead and make sure that that picture and the map clearly follows that annexation boundary. So just if they're proceeding to move forward and if that is agreeable and approved by council, make sure all of that matches per the request. And again, just make sure that that future land use map designation also reflects the changes moving forward. Again, that was discussed at first reading with that general mixed use district, and at the time you have the opportunity to forward that to negotiating committee. That was foregone at that time, and that was at their August meeting. As a result of that discussion, it was suggested rather than general mixed-use commercial district, the possibility of becoming part of the Buckwalter PUD, so the zoning designation of PUD, Plan Unit Development. So that resulted in some additional applications, but that did move forward. Again, hence the several applications you'll see before you this evening. But with that, when it would become part of Buckwalter PUD, the Buckwalter PUD has land use tracts. So needed to assign it a land use tract, and what was decided by the applicant at the time was to create a new land use tract specific to this property and development, the St. Gregory the Great tract. These are the use classifications that are proposed in that new land use tract. So you'll see community recreation, institutional civic, that church that's currently there, as well as multifamily residential. There's no single family residential at one point in time. That was part of the request. However, just multifamily residential with this request. Also neighborhood commercial, specifying some limitations to convenience stores with the fueling stations, no more than 20, and it does exclude recreational vehicle parks, RV parks. What we did after that first reading from council was really went through for your direction and recommendation. Let's see where I can stand. That's good. To go through.
I think it's you. Do you
Yeah.
know what it is, Tommy?
No.
Okay.
It's the microphone.
I apologize. If I move a little bit, maybe it's when it stops. But what we were directed to do, the recommendation was to move forward and really look at that land use, the land uses that were permitted or proposed to be permitted, and the associated density. Make this come with a very realistic request once it moves forward. So we did that. Here's a table that goes through what's allowed in Beaufort County, a little bit different. Tried to compare apples and oranges, but tried to get that in the attached tables here. So what's permitted in the county, and then the Buckwalter, St. Gregory the Great land use tract, and moving forward. So the next couple of slides you'll see here where those Ps are permitted and where they're proposed. Again, going through that, you'll see just a mix of uses. Like I said, I would focus on that residential, single-family residential was struck from the permitted uses, and just multifamily residential at this time. Again, this is a lot of information, so I apologize I'm going quickly, but I do have 70-something slides here. Going through the process, we did have a planning commission workshop where they discussed it, went through some comments to integrate in their application. And then it had been since revised. So the initial request was significantly different, and what moved forward was a little bit over 10 acres of general commercial. That's that corner piece closer to the intersection of Fording Island Road. And then a reduction from the initial request, which was 446 residential dwelling units, to 150 residential dwelling units.
Can you stop right there for a minute?
Sure, of course.
The 446 dwelling units reduced to 150. Is that planning commission issues to ask them to reduce that amount for a reason?
No, I believe that's when we really worked with the applicant and moved forward and said, let's reduce this, be realistic. Are you really going to do 446 units? So it was a result.
Full planning commission.
Correct.
Okay.
So you're trying to get it apples to apples.
Right.
Right. Exactly.
Oh, that's where you're going.
Okay, so similar to what you're doing tonight, or what you did tonight with the public hearing, Planning Commission is also required to hold a public hearing. They did. That was back in October of 2020, and they did vote to recommend forward a recommendation of approval to Town Council with the following recommendations. And again, the approval of those concurrent applications, that annexation petition, comprehensive plan amendment, like I discussed, that future land use map and that future land use category, the text amendment to the Buckwalter PUD, that St. Gregory the Great tract, and those land uses there, as well as the zoning itself for that PUD amendment. There was a specific requirement that just due to change of traffic patterns based on COVID and the pandemic, it's not feasible right now to conduct a very true traffic count at this time. So the condition that was made was that traffic impact analysis must be submitted prior to any development permits. So again, to get a true picture of what that traffic pattern is. If they would have done that traffic analysis when school's not in session and things are a little bit different, may not be very accurate. However, it wanted to make it very clear that traffic impact analysis must be submitted prior to any development permits and plans. So before they actually move any dirt or move forward with any development, that assessment is made. And that's specific for that, the applications for the development agreement amendment as well as that concept plan amendment. So when I was last here before you for these applications was December 8th of 2020. And at that time, the vote was to approve the applications that are listed there. And the uses there, like I said, we talked about really getting that list really finalized, and if it could be reduced, reduce it. Don't include uses that had no intention or anticipated development. So what it was remained at that a little bit over 10 acres of general commercial, but a reduction from not only the 446 to 150, but now today it is before you with 110 residential dwelling units. So I can stop there. What we will do further, I have a little bit of information. Once, should these 6 applications move forward, the first item under your formal business is the initial master plan. So the applicant has submitted everything at the same time, so I can continue my presentation and talk about that initial master plan.
Well, Terry, I had asked Terry about how the process of however this goes, and he actually gave me how to read a motion with however it is, but to include 1 and 2. So should she do 1 and 2 as well to keep it all together?
I crossed 2 out, didn't I?
No. You put items 1 and 2 of formal agenda item X11.
No, 2 should be crossed out.
So do you think it's, so number 2, oh yeah.
That's
number
something
2
else.
is something else.
Yeah.
So shouldn't she do 1 so we get the full
Yes.
picture and keep it
I
streamlined?
would recommend that, yes.
Okay.
Thank you, and that's how I have it up here, but happy to adjust. Okay, so the initial master plan and what you saw even with that first reading, they had a very detailed, I will say, concept plan that's included in the packet. That concept plan is what, in turn, is their initial master plan. So where those bubbles are, where the residential, where the commercial is, and that in general. And as you know, that's the first step, that initial master plan. Some developments wait years till they know exactly what they're going to do before they come with an initial master plan, and they just decided to just move forward at the same time. If that moves forward, then they would do the detailed engineering, civil, traffic, stormwater, all of that, which is the preliminary development plan, and final, which goes to the Planning Commission. So the Planning Commission and the Development Review Committee did review that initial master plan, and that also comes with a recommendation of approval to you this evening. And that was done at their April 28th meeting of this year. Just a little bit more background. I know we've discussed there's that school campus there. They're reserving the 50-acre portion for the possible expansion of St. Gregory the Great Church and school campus. As well as that pump station property I discussed, and then the out parcels for those permitted uses that were all on that table, which are yet to be specifically determined at this time. This is that campus master plan that I discussed, what has essentially been, and if you want more detailed information, I know Kevin Eichert is here and has all of that, but this is essentially what that master plan looks like. So that gives you that neighborhood commercial area right here in that yellow area, and then you can see that campus in St. Gregory the Great Church.
Just so I can address one concern the county had, or I guess the only concern is not having any curb cuts off of 278, and this shows that there are none. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Okay.
Again, just a little bit more background. This is how it's zoned in Beaufort County. It's their neighborhood mixed-use zoning district. And again, that was those uses we compared on those tables. That county zoning map, and please slow me down if I need to, but all information that we do review and make sure is included, just the neighboring properties, how they're zoned, again, making sure there's they're contiguous to municipal property. Again, just adjacent property owners, just to give you a context of where they are and who they're located near. More perspectives, and there you can see in that light brown area, that is all that Buckwalter PUD area. They are contiguous, as we've stated here. Again, just that first bullet there just expands on just wanting to make sure that that map, that future land use map, future annexation boundary just clearly matches so that everything is aligned, again, should this move forward. And that shows what I've been discussing here. That orange is right here, the town of Bluffton. That red line, just it's, it cuts those parcels off on the other side, but this purple line matches the actual parcel boundaries. Again, this just expands on that civic institutional classification for that future land use map to make sure everything's aligned. That in visual format. Growth framework map to make sure that it is within that area here. And you'll see it just kind of, it cuts it off at that red dotted line, so just making sure everything place. One thing we're required to do as part of an annexation request is to do a cost benefit analysis. So here's the analysis on the screen here. So here I'll go to the next slide to zoom in, but this includes that proposed concept master plan, one of the other applications that has to be amended. You'll see up here this little kind of purple area. That is not on the current concept plan. So again, should this move forward, we need to match the map with the development agreement and the PUD amendments. And here shows where that new tract would be. So this area here is what, again, should this move forward, be added to that concept plan. This here is just a schedule of where we've been, how we got to today's meeting, just procedurally to keep track of all of that. And like I said, here's a list of those applications again in the order in which, how those steps need to take place. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, zoom in on any slides, or bring up any other information you have. And like I said, I do know that Walter Nestor is on the call as well if you have any questions for him.
Thank you, Heather. Any questions, comments? I'll look this side first. Anything?
I got a couple, Heather. When you, just to clarify what I think I just saw, the 10-point-something acres of commercial will be sold?
I believe so. It's an option, yes.
Retained by the church, or what is I'm looking at the taxes.
Yes, so, and I'm pulling up.
So the 110 units are built on as part of the church, then the taxes would be way different than norm, or how does that, you know, when you were showing us the taxable rate there?
It could be.
Well, what are their plans for the 110 units?
Pardon me?
Do we know, I mean, if they were to build multifamily rentals, say, yes, sir.
I think that during the presentations from the applicant and some negotiations with the applicant, we were led to believe that the majority of those units would be retired clergy housing. I know the applicant's on, so we could have Walter or Elaine, or one of their church folks, confirm that. But during the discussions, that's what they were talking about, was some retired clergy housing.
A part of their campus. So here's I don't mean to interrupt you, Larry, but if they were to do it at a market value, they would have to sell the land to a developer to do it, and then you get your tax. That's what you're asking about, your taxes. Is that what you were talking about?
Right. So the taxes on this would be way less than a normal 110 units that's being built in the Buckwalter PUD. If
it was retained by St. Gregory's, yes. If it was sold to a developer,
right,
a third party, only a third party, then at that point in time, it would be market rate or market rate taxes.
That's all I've got right this second.
Want to ask anybody other than Heather or Terry? Did you want somebody to answer your question other than Terry or Heather?
No, I mean, it's just a question that...
No one's at the right person. It happened with the historic symposium, and I could have tried to add it.
I did have one more if you want me to go ahead.
Sure, ask it while he's down there.
This is probably a Terry question, I think.
Why don't we, yes, or I might disconnect that one.
Go, Tommy. Unplugged it. Oh. Maybe stand over there, Heather. With your arm up and your leg out.
Yeah, the antenna.
Yeah, like an antenna. Yeah, you can stay right there.
Okay, I know.
Okay, you ask away.
Okay, I think
Sorry,
this is for
sorry.
Terry because I haven't got an answer on yet.
Red light zone mean it's not working?
What's that?
Red lights are working?
Oh, you got to push to talk,
Okay.
and then let go whenever you're done talking.
Terry, since this annexation has not been done as we speak, it could be done tonight or whatever. As far as the changes that we've made to the development, with our affordable housing requirements and all that, they would be required to go by what's on our book now, correct?
Their application was pending from July 10th, 2019. It was then supplemented on February 21st, 2020, when they had all the, it started out as a very simple annexation, but then the annexation leads to changing the growth framework map, changing the boundaries, changing the comp plan, changing the zoning, establishing zoning, and having them become part of the Buckwalter PUD. So all of these A through F on your agenda under item 10 are all a result of the simple annexation petition. All those petitions were in, or applications were in February 21st, 2020. The percentage, affordable housing percentage ordinance was passed on July 14th, 2020. After these applications were in, I believe we'd have a very difficult time imposing them at this point. Our ordinance back then, our ordinance from July of 2020 does talk about amending PUDs. I believe we would have a difficult time on an application that was pending prior to us passing that ordinance.
It's an annexation, not, it's a little, I see it a little different than a normal pending application, because normally you don't get an application unless it's property that's already within the town.
Right, right. This issue was introduced to me yesterday afternoon, and the research I've done on it so far, I believe makes it problematic, but I don't have a definite answer for you, Councilman Toomer. And you have hit the nail on the head about the difference between an annexation application and petition versus someone who is already in the town who made an application. The law, so far as I've been able to determine today, does not distinguish between those types of applications. I don't have a firm answer for you. I believe it's problematic.
Mayor? Fred, were you going to go?
Dan, Fred?
Well, either, and Terry, I appreciate your clarity,
Or the lack of
Clear as
or
mud.
lack thereof.
Right.
But anyhow, I'm glad Walter's on the line because we need him to speak to us on this issue. We're looking for 20% affordable housing, Walter, for any new development or PUD within the town. Affordable housing is obviously a very important component to our region, and Bluffton has always been the poster child in trying to accomplish that goal. We realize that you also have another 40 units that you didn't build. You were allowed 150 and you chose to do 110. So it appears that there's room for us to proceed tonight without going back to Planning Commission or going back to another reading. If we can get you to agree or your client to agree to contribute to affordable housing, that's important, very important to everything that we do right now. Speak to that, sir?
Can you hear us, Walter? I don't know if we should speak in the microphone closer or not.
Oh,
And I'm not.
Can you hear me all right?
Yeah, you're fine.
Hey, well, thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Thank you, Mayor, and members of Town Council. We appreciate the opportunity to respond to those questions. I just wanted to say, I think Heather said it earlier, but Ms. Elaine Fowler, who was counsel to the Diocese of Charleston, is on the phone, as well as Mr. Joe Lombardo, who is St. Gregory the Great Committee Chair, and Mr. Chris Trott, who is the manager for the parish at St. Gregory the Great. We do appreciate that this is a very complicated application, and also appreciate how it got complicated. And I wanted to make sure that council appreciated this long process, because throughout the process, we believe that the church, we started out the process just wanting to be the Catholic Church in the town of Bluffton, has been very responsive to the recommendations and the requests, not only of town council and the planning commission, but also staff. It's been a very collaborative process, one which we appreciate very much. And Mr. Hamilton, in response to your question, I just want to make it clear, because the answer is yes. So the planning commission has already looked at and recommended approval at 150 residential units. And as Heather mentioned, it's only multifamily, and to the extent that that a multifamily use is chosen by a third party, then having the additional density and making that additional density subject only, or qualify that additional density that it may only be used for workforce housing, is fine with the applicant. That is something that we are willing to do. I wanted to make certain, though, that it's not 20% of 150. It's the 110 is available, and then if we go beyond the 110, it is all required to be workforce housing. That's I hope that's my understanding of what you're requesting.
Close. It's affordable housing, not workforce housing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We appreciate the distinction in the town's ordinance and affordable. Yes, we appreciate the need for affordable and housing in the community, and that's something that is acceptable.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Dan, anything?
Yeah, I want to follow up on that. I think, first of all, Walter, I want to commend you for your patience and your perseverance. This has been an arduous process, needless to say, over 2 years in the making. And I know that you did sit with council and try to work through some of the, the things that the county allowed versus what the town would allow. And so y'all been very diligent with that. Obviously, you can tell that everybody sitting here is still, we have a workforce or a affordable housing workforce problem, and everybody acknowledges that. So that being said, I would like to see some language in a way, because if we approve the second reading at your request of 110, and you were willing to add a percentage or a number of units above that, how would we have a guarantee that that would ever take place? In other words, a lot of developers will come in and maybe build the 110 and then not want to build the remaining part. I don't know how we would qualify that to protect it.
And Terry's kind of thinking through it too, Walter, while you're trying to come up with an answer.
Terry, you were busy. I don't know if you were able to gather in my comment, but if they're willing to do something, a lot of developers would come in and they would build maybe the 110.
Right.
We went through this with the Crown.
Right.
And so, they may go, well, you have it on paper that we'll give you X amount for affordable workforce housing, but they don't build it. So how do we solve that issue? The limit. We need to clearly identify what we're willing to get on this issue, which Walter is open-minded to, but then how do we protect our right to see to it that we can actually ascertain what we're trying to get.
Well, it's my understanding that the applicant has indicated that they will agree that any units over 110, they will require affordable housing in that extra 40. But the applicant, as I understand it from talking with Walter earlier today and then listening to him tonight, they do not agree to have the 20% of the ordinance from July. They do not agree that that 20% apply to the 110.
Well, even 20% of the 110 would be 22, right?
Yes, the numbers are correct.
Right, so if they were going to give us that 20%, which is 22 or whatever number, how do we guarantee that?
Yeah, I got it. Let's go back to the 150. Give them by right to build 150 and 40 is affordable.
They've already been approved for 150.
Correct. But they're now indicating they only want 110, and they say we have no problem with any units over 110 being specifically earmarked for affordable housing. I don't hear the applicant saying they agree to the 20% apply to the 110.
How about on the 150?
That's why I said let's go back to the 150. Let's allow them to have 150.
Right.
40 is affordable. 110 is affordable.
And they keep their 110.
They keep the 110.
If it's 150, they wouldn't have to build but 30. Have to build,
They agreed to the 40.
But Councilman Wood's question is how do we assure that they build over 110 and we get some affordable housing units built?
Or somehow in the land, there's an allocation to the town like people do every day where they carve out a portion for the town if we can't guarantee it any other way. There's got to be some way to guarantee how we're going to get the units.
I believe hear from them to see what they feel before we.
Walter, what are your thoughts on that? Your hand's raised, and Ms. Frazier has a question too. Do you want to hear hers first or answer that?
Well, maybe I can hear Ms. Frazier's question and then hopefully have a more comprehensive answer for Paul.
Okay.
Sure. I was just going to say in alignment with what Councilman Wood and Hamilton are proposing, we have the conversation often on affordable housing, and I know I've said this before, those who really are in need of it hear that term and think it applies to them. And when I say those in need, speaking particularly to our hourly workers who service this area and, hospitality in various capacities. And the reality is whatever units you would provide on the St. Gregory campus still wouldn't apply to them. It would be to those who are at that 80 to 110 or whatever AMI. I'd be interested to know if they're not interested in building the units or including it into what their current plan is, if they would either give us the density or whatever the funds that would have been allocated to those units for us to really do housing that would address those in that hourly.
After I strangle that speaker, did y'all hear Ms. Frazier?
Yes.
Did you hear Walter? We have a lot of scratching going on this system. Did you hear her question?
I'm sorry, Mayor. Could you maybe repeat it because I did only hear parts of it. It is like somebody's building
Affordable housing?
Somebody's building affordable housing on the screen.
The council chambers.
So the synopsis was, if you, maybe there's a fee in lieu of.
Right, instead of having you build those units in your current plan, us to be able to capture the funds that would have been used for that to use it on current town-owned property to create housing that would service the hourly workers who ordinarily would not be included in what the markings of affordable housing currently is.
That's an excellent question, Ms. Frazier, and I think it's a great point. And it was one of the things that I was going to say in response to the earlier question. The application as it currently exists and the amendment to the development agreement provides that any of the residential development rights that are not used on the property may only be transferred to the town's land use bank. And so the town could use those units on another parcel of land. So again, whatever land use rights are granted by council for the St. Gregory the Great land use tract, if they're not used, they can only be transferred, not for a fee, but only be transferred to the town of Bluffton. So the town could, as I believe Ms. Frazier was suggesting, use those workforce housing. If they're not used on the St. Gregory the Great tract, they could be used on other town-owned property. One of the difficulties when we jumped from just general mixed-use commercial into the Buckwalter PUD was trying to understand the Buckwalter PUD and what you needed to reserve in terms of development rights as you were annexing. And that prompted the original ask for 446 units, which was just really more of a misunderstanding on my behalf and on our behalf about what you needed to reserve for development rights because they don't necessarily run with the land. With the help of staff, we realized that the 400 number wouldn't fit. And working with the workshop from town council, we recognized that probably a better number was 110, and that's why we unilaterally agreed to go down to 110. If you look at the land use, the master plan, and if you look at the 10 acres, three of the parcels front US Highway 278. It's unusual. It would be unlikely that a developer is going to come in and do anything but a hotel. Multifamily along US 278 is probably not something that's going to occur. So when we look at the density and trying to plan for the future and understand where and what we can use, multifamily housing, if it's not going to be used for retired clergy behind the fire station, multifamily housing, that's an appropriate use there. But it's approximately 3 acres, and we have to comply with all of the other requirements of the town's ordinances. Not complaining about that, but if we were to take put 40 multifamily homes or apartments on that 3 acre tract, that 3 acre parcel, giving up 20%, it just doesn't make sense. And that's why we believe that the better solution, and we're willing to do this, is anything over 110 has to be workforce housing. And to answer Mr. Wood's question, we can put that in the amendment to the development agreement. That could be a condition of council's approval, that the amendment to the development agreement be modified to include the language with respect to the reservation or the qualification on the 40 additional units.
Question.
Mr. Wood?
The density units, Walter, that are written into the proposal as it is now, that would transfer to the town, if the town elected to do such, that's a paper swap, basically. It's only for either removing density or moving density into the town bank, but it's not going to put the first stick up to build affordable workforce housing. It's just not. It's not going to do that. The multifamily concept, again, I think if we can go back and just come to some number, and then they all get built at the same time, I think that this is done and it goes away real quick. And again, I know this is difficult at the last minute, and you're having to do all this on your feet. And, so I get that. I understand it's difficult.
Well, do you understand when he says it's pretty much just a paper trail, because in our density bank we haven't identified what that value is. So it's not something we want to complicate any further, because we want to see the units built, and we want you to make a commitment that they will be built at the same time, no matter who develop it, no matter who the third party or the first party is. We want to make sure it's developed or built.
I suggest something, I mean, it's kind of a really simple solution if it would only work for everyone. Build 10, 8 of them are yours and 2 of them are workforce. You move on to the next 10 or before those next 20 are permitted. You know, everybody or anybody at heart at one point, but it's kind of gradually, by the time you get to 110, you'll have you'll have 22 of the affordable or workforce houses.
So, Walter, I have a question. So 110, we're hoping there are 110 priests and nuns and clergy, right? That's the hope of the church, to build clergy housing. If you sold it to a third party, and I'm kind of talking to Terry too, couldn't we put, why is that a problem to put that third party has to come before the town? Trying to jump in between the scratches. This is why we're coming back in public next month. Why is that a problem to require that developer to come to the town for negotiations of affordable housing, if indeed you sell it? Are you just concerned about it? Because we've had developers come to us before and absolutely committed to that when they build their units on New Riverside. So is that just a concern with you that you couldn't sell that land to a third party? If it did indeed go to a third party, then we have a percentage that must be affordable?
Well, I think that Mayor, I think that it is because of the lack. It's a small piece of land, and because the lack of our ability to foresee what would come in the future, it makes it difficult for us to provide that kind of a guarantee. And I know we're talking about 110, but if there was a 120 hotel constructed on the site, that would be 60. That would consume 60 of those 110 density units. And that's where we were with our ask with the 110, thinking that, well, you consume 60 with a 120 bedroom hotel, and then you have 40 left, and that 40 left could be either a clergy retirement or multifamily. And so that's the thinking, because again, as I said earlier, I don't think that there's an opportunity for multifamily anywhere but that 3 acres. And the probability of fitting anything more than 40 on that 3 acres is unlikely.
I didn't know that was all included in the hotel and or multifamily. So the 110 units could be a hotel and or whatever's left over, clergy or multifamily.
2 for 1 hotel?
Right, that's exactly right. So it's the density, that's how it's measured. So a hotel room is equal, 1 room is equal to half a residential dwelling unit. And that use is allowed, is proposed to be allowed, and then multifamily is a proposed use, and that's what the clergy housing that he's referring to, that's the use classification it would go into, but it would.
Well, is it a way to look at is it a way to look at this down the road as this goes through? If they build a hotel and they end up with 40 units and they use it for clergy, all this talk is for nothing really. But if it was a point that they wanted to sell it to a third party for mixed use, for multifamily, can't we have that come back to the town to
Wouldn't the hotel go on the 10 point something of commercial property? Walter, or not? I mean, isn't that where it would have to go?
Yes, sir. That would have to be on the 10.6 acres.
But if I could, but you would have to use the residential dwelling units to get your density.
And then there would be no.
Unless you left the 150 intact.
Well, each hotel room uses up a half a residential dwelling unit.
But I'm saying, he's saying that out of 110, he would eat up 60 with a hotel, and it would leave him 40 residential multifamily, based on the 110 number. If you went back and he's already got 150 approved, then that puts additional units out there, and at that point, we can make the developer come back if they sell the land and develop and negotiate with us on their master plan.
That? That's what I was asking too. Can we?
Right.
Probably sell it to a third party to do that. The third party might develop it for nuns and priests and retired clergy. And I'm not sure that the applicant knows at this point in time. I will make a suggestion that will probably make Ms. Fowler and Mr. Nestor mad at me, but this was not discussed at first reading. And I don't know whether it makes sense to table this at this point in time. I would think not. I'd like to move forward because they have been waiting pretty patiently since July of 2019 for an answer. But we haven't solved the question that Councilman Wood asked 20, 30 minutes ago about how do we ensure that whatever multifamily is built, there would be a 20% allocation. The applicant has said anything over 110, we will guarantee, we will require it to be affordable housing. But right now, they are not willing to say we're going to build, or anybody's going to build more than 110. So that doesn't solve Councilman Wood's
So if they're not interested in the actual units, I don't know if he said or not, would they be interested in the fee in lieu of, Mr. Nestor?
It'd be a fee times a unit, like us, which again, we don't have a formula for, and we need a formula.
Yes, we do.
But Walter, why is it a problem to pass this and any units you sell to a private developer that builds something other than clergy housing have a commitment of 20% affordable? Why is that? Because you're putting it in the hands of a developer, and there are developers that would do that and be able to get incentives from the town to do just that through so much that the whole region's doing. I think that's the cleanest way. I mean, the hopes are you're going to build it and there's a lot of religious people that are going to have housing. But if not, let the open market do it and know there's a commitment that 20%, so if it's 44 units, 8 of them or whatever that number is must be affordable within our guidelines of affordability. Yes, sir.
To go along with that,
You-
I was wondering if you could say that any property that's transferred to a third party, like you were saying, to multifamily, would automatically trigger the new development.
That-
The new UDO guidelines.
What I was trying to,
think,
yes.
Yeah, I
That's
think
good.
that would probably.
That's
To
good.
exclude what you said, the clergy housing or whatever.
Right, and that's what I was actually telling Fred earlier. Did you hear, Mr. Stees? Okay. Did you hear Mr. Stees, Walter?
I don't have a mic.
Oh.
Okay. You can go ahead and restate.
Well, I'm going to try. So I'd rather you say it, Stephen. You said it so much more eloquently than what I do. I think this is a good compromise. Okay.
So kind of what the mayor was saying and what I piggybacked on. Can you hear me, Walter?
Can you hear him, Walter?
Okay, is to say that any parcel that you would sell to a third party to develop multifamily that is not for clergy would have to meet the new UDO requirements for the 20%. That way, if you sell to a third party that's going to build multifamily apartments on one of those parcels, then it would trigger the guidelines if it's not clergy related. And then you can still do the hotel as well.
I appreciate the suggestion, but I don't have the ability to confer with my client at this time. The thing that concerns me the most is that, it feels like we're bargaining in town council meeting, and I wish we had done this. I wish this discussion had come up. We had a workshop with town council. We actually met twice in a workshop after the last reading of town council. We went through the uses and densities. We changed the density. We made significant changes to this application over the 2-year period. And I feel like I'm here trying to bargain with town council for its approval, and that's unlawful. And I'm really, I cannot give those kind of guarantees at a town council meeting. And I'm sorry, as I understood it, another 40 units. If we raise that number and it gets developed, you'll guarantee that it's worked for us. I had the opportunity to speak with my clients to consider the ramifications and was able to give that answer. It's harder to give the answer simply saying that if you sell that parcel, if you sell one of the parcels to someone who's going to develop it for multifamily, you're going to guarantee that the diocese is going to guarantee that developer has to construct affordable or workforce housing. We've interchanged the term this evening. And I understand the need, and I understand the ask. It's just that I can't guarantee it on behalf of my client. I will note that because every single application for this property has to go in front of the planning commission, everything has to go through a development plan review process. There's other opportunities for the planning commission, town staff, to see what's being proposed on that property and to try to work something out. I'm sorry, but I can't, and I hope that you appreciate this, I can't bargain on behalf of my client at a town council meeting.
Walter, I'm going to have Heather come up, and I do know this should have been discussed at a negotiating committee, which this council didn't want to put it to. As hard as it is, and I think you see all 5 of us have to push every person that comes before us, and a lot of times it works. And it's for the right reasons, but Heather was shaking her head at some point, and I'm going to let Heather try to answer that.
Yes, I did just want to answer that. So tonight, it's all the applications related to the annexation request, as well as that next step, the initial master plan. So that initial master plan, the bubble diagram like you saw, where it's the acres up front for X and the church campus. The next steps, should this move forward, would be a preliminary development plan. That preliminary development plan is initially, so that's exactly what they're going to do, whether it's a hotel, a convenience center, multifamily, whatever the case may be. So the specific plans of the use, that's reviewed by town staff at the development review committee, that technical review committee, and then that goes before the planning commission. So that is a public meeting. Planning commission, they approve or deny or table or approve with conditions that preliminary development plan. That's typically like your 60% construction drawings. So you're really close. You just may not know what trees you're going to plant where. And then those comments, staff and the applicant take all those comments and review it for the final development plan. So that, again, should it move forward, it would go to the planning commission for the specifics. What does it entail? Is it multifamily? Are there going to be affordable units? I will assure you, even if it's not a requirement, staff is always always asking that question. Is it affordable? Is it workforce? Are you willing, to incorporate that, or what's your model? We ask that throughout the process. We may not be able to require it, obviously, depending on the development, but that's where all of those details are reviewed. So, sorry, my long explanation. Yes, it does have to go to planning commission.
Does that give us any anything carved in stone though, or is it just, we can ask them to do something, they say, no, I don't want to do it, then we have to give them, we allow them?
Well, it has to follow that initial master plan and obviously anything in the development agreement. And I will look to Terry Finger to determine if there can be any additional requirements concerning affordability or if anything would need to be incorporated in a motion.
Sounds like Terry's
That gets
suggestion
complicated.
is valid at this point. We may need to table this.
Huh?
We may need to table this.
Guys, Terry, do you want to answer?
I have worked on a motion initially, which dealt with anything over 110 had to be affordable, which is what the applicant indicated they were willing to do. I then amended and started to craft down a new motion that says if the applicant develops the dwelling units for clergy, housing, etc., then the 20% affordable housing requirement will not apply. If he sells it to a third party, then any dwelling units built by a third party will be subject to this requirement. So I'm just trying to write down some language so I can see what the will of council might be. All I know right now is that I believe, I understand what the applicant has said they're willing to do. That's the extra 40, they'll make them affordable. Require them to be affordable regardless of who builds them. But they are not, they do not agree to have the 20% apply on the 110 that they're asking. I'm not sure I know how to solve the problem. I am very concerned, as I expressed earlier, about whether our 20% ordinance that was promulgated and passed after this application is pending, whether we can apply that to it. I just simply have not had enough time. I'm also concerned that this discussion is occurring at second and final reading as opposed to back when we were negotiating or at first reading. And if I was on a video like Walter is and my clients were on a video, there would be no means to sit down and discuss it to try to come up with a solution. So my feedback to my table suggestion, I don't know. I do know that in the conversations and negotiations with the applicant, they have come down from 446, if I remember correctly, units down to 110. I know that during our negotiations committee, Councilman Hamilton will recall, we wanted to make sure that this was, if we were going to annex them, it would be essentially a downzoning, and there would be less density allowed there than what they would have under the county. And I think we have fulfilled that goal of Councilman Hamilton. Now we got another one we're trying to come up with.
Was this discussed during that time when y'all all met and we had?
Let me jump in too, though. In fairness, and Walter, again, I'm glad I'm not you tonight in your shoes. Again, you've been caught flat-footed. However, as you well know, attending council meetings, wherever you have attended them, everything is not thought of at the first meeting, when the first reading takes place. And then sometimes things just pop up at the last minute and talk to each other and things take off from there. I wonder if we did a 30-day, like Fred said and like Terry said, if we took a 30-day table to let everybody have a chance to see if there's a better solution out there.
Talk to his client.
Are you suggesting a table and all ironed out before we come in here and vote yes and get it done?
Can I ask Mr. Nestor a question?
Yes.
Nestor, if we had to table it, what time frame would you need if we had to call a special meeting? What time frame would you be comfortable with?
Because this is a public hearing, we'd have to go through the public notification process again, which is an I appreciate the question, Mr. Hamilton. I don't even know if that suits our client, my client at this point. As Mr. Finger noted, we made this application in 2019. We've done everything that we've been asked to do for 2 years. I don't know, standing here, I'm sorry, I don't know, because I can't really caucus with my client, what they would want to do. Whether they want to table the application or not. What the Diocese of Charleston wanted to do was, because the parish of St. Gregory the Great Catholic Church wanted to be the Catholic Church in the town of Bluffton, they put forth an application to become part of the town of Bluffton. That's the only thing that I can really say with certainty after this discussion tonight. Sorry.
I think that I might disagree with one thing Walter said. I think we've had the public hearing, and that it's been closed. So I'm not sure. I have to look at it. But we may be able to move forward with a special meeting without the necessity of re-noticing a formal public hearing.
Thank you, Heather. One question. We're doing this now because it's coming into a PUD and a development agreement. The ordinance we passed cannot be put in development agreements, right? Is that why we're trying to do the 20% now?
All new ones.
The ordinance that we passed has sufficient language in it that for new applications after our ordinance, if they're trying to amend the PUD, we can impose.
So if that were to sell to a third party, wouldn't they come in to amend a PUD to build multifamily at that time?
Part of the development, it's part of the
Right, it would already be amended. Sorry to jump.
So a third party buys 4 acres and they have whatever, they can't come back to, they have to abide by, a new party doesn't have the new requirements put on them?
No, so the requirements as they were written and adopted were that any amended PUD that included residential or new PUD. So if this were to move forward and be approved, they sell, a third party comes in, as long as they are not amending the PUD and just following the approved rules, they would not have to come back.
So, in full disclosure, and Fred stated, this is my church. I don't benefit from anything, but going on Sunday, I kind of go to the know better, do better. Honestly, we should have sent this to negotiating committee, but we all said no. And it should have been brought up in these workshops we had. And I feel horrible for all sides, but this might not be a place where we can push our will of housing at the last minute. It just might not be. So I feel bad for all sides when we had such a good happening at New Riverside, and Ms. Frazier actually brought it up, but it was a different circumstance. It wasn't all of an annex. It wasn't this kind of.
Yeah, that was a new.
And it was a new thing. So we can't. I hate it. I like every opportunity to try to get affordable housing, but if this isn't it, and we still want them to annex, and we have the ability to get some more commercial under our belt, it just might be. I don't know how strongly y'all feel the other way. But to put it off, to not know if we can't have another public hearing, and it just seems like so many unknowns. So
I'm willing to table it. I don't quite agree that we can't.
might be unpopular. I'm for asking, but I think at some point we can't force. I'm not, for forcing people to do things without the ability to negotiate. I think this is a prime time, as you stated, Mayor, that we definitely need to sit down and come up with a formula or some type of system when clients or developers, whoever, aren't interested in the process that we're currently doling out, because you don't want, at any point to sever relationships you have with people or discourage those who do want to come in and do business here, with that, with those type of sentiments.
But that is during the negotiating committee. Like if
Right.
we would have put this to negotiating committee, we can set a price. It can be different from one committee to another. And that's the bad on us, that we didn't, because I think there are some of us that think we can do it better, and we apparently didn't do a very good job of it, as opposed to putting it into a committee of
Right.
citizens.
So I'd say my suggestion would be to go to allowing him to go back with his client and doing the special meeting.
Walter, could you add, if that is the will of council to table it, and if council's willing to have a special meeting before August to just deal with this subject, just to ask your clients' thoughts, because I know you can't really speak to your clients' wishes without them there. And we do have a workshop. Boy, I can hear Mr. Stees so well. We do have a workshop meeting coming up next week that we could put this on that agenda. You're muted.
I'm sorry, I'm still concerned about the notice requirements. I mean, part of my responsibility is to protect the I'm concerned about the notice requirements, so I don't know exactly, without looking at it and reviewing it, whether or not we have to go through the whole process again. I'm sorry, but this is...
Walter, we've had public hearing before a final reading the following month. I know we've done that long in the past.
Our attorney and staff says that you don't have to worry, that's not a requirement that you have to worry about.
Terry, Terry is comfortable with not having to go through a public hearing again. You're muted. You're muted, Walter.
I can't, it's hard, of course, if town council table the application, that is in the purview of town council. I can't say without discussing with my client whether or not that makes us happy or unhappy. I'm fairly certain that it makes us unhappy, but and I don't know, given this discussion and the discussions that we've already had in the workshop, 2 workshops, 3 workshops actually, one with Planning Commission, 2 with Mr. Hamilton's group, that we're going to be able to get to what it is that's desired, because at the end of the day, as I said earlier, we're looking at a 3-acre parcel. And we initially wanted to be general mixed-use commercial. The idea of a PUD was actually suggested by town council back in 2019, to annex. That's when we were asked to turn it into a PUD. And every request up to this point, we've said yes. But again, if town council wants to table it, I can't stop that. It's not, but I can't say that yes or no answer. I'm sorry, Mayor. I can't give a yes or no answer on behalf of my client whether or not they are okay with that. They don't have any choice, because it's the purview of council, it's not our agenda.
I agree. Would I like to proceed making a motion and see where it lands? Do you want to table? I personally would like to see this happen. I'll be honest with you. I'm sorry affordable housing can't be part of it. I wish we would have done better. I really do.
My only concern, I want it to happen too. I want to meet in the middle wherever we can and get it done. My only concern is if we change our rules, I mean, in my opinion, I'm not a lawyer, but it's teeter-tots with my common sense saying that you're not even, even though you put in an application for annexation, you didn't put in an application for development, before our ordinance. We changed our UDO because we had an issue. It's what we hear from the people. You're letting everybody build, all these developers coming in here, building, turning around and leaving, and there's nothing that anybody can afford to live here. The working people can't afford to live here. So this is what we've been battling for 8 years that I've been here. So we put something on paper to try to make things better. And now if we don't somewhat bargain and get some kind of bang for our effort, the next story is going to be the same thing. I mean, we can't put rules on the books and not enforce them, in my opinion. So I'd love to see it happen. I'd love to help any way I can, but I don't believe in writing one thing or treating one person one way and one person the other. I believe we have to be fair, upfront, and honest, and go by the rules. So.
I think this one, and I don't know if there are others, just fell in those cracks.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they were playing with the rules we gave them, and then we made a decision, and legally and
COVID and all that stuff, everything kind of prolonged everything. So,
but we passed something in the midst, and how many others are in the midst that are, I think this has just been a 2-year project. It's a 2-year project, and we passed a lot of things in 2 years, and we've had COVID.
Talking about a week, we having a workshop in a week. We're not hurting them to wait another week. I move that we table this.
A second.
There's a first and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, state by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Or 1. Walter, will you go back and ask them? And if there's maybe get with Terry, and we will put this on next week's agenda for sure, if that's the wishes of y'all.
Mayor and council, I'll certainly do that.
Okay.
Thank you all.
Terry, what do we do about item 1 now? But we were really on 10. We were going to include 11.1. Do we need
Everything under 10, 11.1 are okay.
Okay.
We collectively presented
Okay.
discussing it. So
I just want to make sure. Okay. Item number 2, consideration of the acceptance of the town of Bluffton's 100% annexation petition to annex certain real property contiguous to the town of Bluffton's corporate boundaries, consisting of a 9.27 acres, and the tax map number is there, and referral to the town of Bluffton negotiating committee if deemed necessary. Heather, does Walter still need to be on the?
Well, we don't even know if he wants to annex, do we?
Heather.
No, this is the annexation request for
This is
115
item number
Bluffton.
two.
I'm sorry.
Heather, you're up.
Or annexation here. I am still up. Okay, so this is another annexation request. This is back to the very first step of annexation, basically the acceptance of the annexation petition. This is property a little bit over 9 acres located at 115 Bluffton Road that is currently owned by the town of Bluffton, just outside the municipal limits. And again, you have, you can either that to move forward through the process or refer that back to negotiating committee. We had a workshop on this item back in April 13th, And at that time, the direction provided by town council at that meeting was to direct staff to prepare the necessary application materials and the concurrent zoning map amendment application for that property. At the time, staff presented either a planned unit development or general mixed use, and the direction at that time was to move forward with general mixed use. Again, we currently own the property, so we have the authority to place you have the authority to place deed restriction, restrictive covenants, or in turn, after it's annexed, rezone it to plan unit development if that better suits the direction of the town. And again, recently we revised the annexation policy to include this step as that initial step to basically just accept that application. Again, just moving forward with it, general mixed use is the concurrent zoning map designation that staff's proposing to move forward with it. And again, this is that initial briefing or acceptance of the application. Here's where the property is located. That blue line and everything to the left is the current municipal limits. Since the recent annexation of the Burnt Church Distillery, now this property is contiguous to the municipal limits. So it does meet that contiguous requirement. Just another map that shows the area and where it is, especially in relationship to the Bluffton Parkway. That traffic circle there, the property in green is. So again, here's just reiteration of that request. The property is a little bit over 9 acres, 7 of which, a little bit over 7, is uplands, and there are 1.9 acres of wetlands. That future annexation area map, you can see kind of and the analysis showing the current zoning districts, what's it's currently zoned. As far as that Hamlet Center, it is split zone between Hamlet Center and T3 neighborhood. That permitted land use table as far as everything that is permitted currently in that zoning district, variety of residential to commercial and office, and you can. This is the outline of the steps and the process moving forward. We are at that initial step, that acceptance of the petition, and then it would move forward to Planning Commission workshop, public hearing and recommendation to council, and then first reading, second and final reading, as well as public hearing. And then also, you know, that there is also the option to forward that to the negotiating committee. That, if you have any questions.
Questions of council? Anyone on this side? This is just, again, just to clarify, just to say, yes, we're interested, then we all have an opportunity to take off uses from the table and.
No, not necessarily. So with general mixed use, if it moves forward with general mixed use, these are the uses that would come with general mixed use. The town owns the property, so it's a little bit different than if it were owned by someone else. You can always put deed restrictions on the property or restrict to the development because we are the current owner. If you want the zoning to reflect that same change of uses, it would need to be done through a PUD or plan unit development. And again, if it were zoned as general mixed use and then council decides move forward with a PUD, you've seen all the information that's required of that. We could certainly move forward with that as well. Or we could initially do that. It's entirely up to you.
Just a question. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you. Is there a motion to accept the Town of Bluffton's 100% annexation petition to annex certain real property contiguous to the Town of Bluffton's corporate boundaries, consisting of a total of 9.27 acres, more or less, and bearing Beaufort County Tax Map number 601-039-000050? Your second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, state by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That's unanimous. Next on the list, consideration of a resolution to approve a three-party agreement between the town of Bluffton, Palmetto Electric, and Dominion to delineate territory on a parcel-by-parcel basis and to agree to overarching terms to be incorporated into a new franchise agreement. Chris Forster and Mr. Toomer, are you leaving for a minute? Mr. Toomer's leaving. Do you want to wait until he? No, go ahead. Okay. For the minutes. So Mr. Toomer is not at the dais.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. So tonight we have with us Ashley Feaster. She's the Economic Development Community Affairs Officer of Palmetto Electric, and Blakely Williams, the Economic Development Local Affairs Officer of Dominion Energy. As the item says, this is a three-party agreement between the town and the two electric service providers, which defines which territories within Bluffton will be served by each electric provider. At this point, I'm going to hand it over to Ashley to briefly go over the history of this and the terms. Ashley, are you?
Hi, Ashley. And if Blakely could mute while Ashley's talking, that'd be great. Just keep background. Thanks. Talk a little louder, Ashley.
All right, just to bring everything forward to you on everything that's going on. The first item up is an electric service rights agreement. Basically, this is the Palmetto Electric Cooperative and Dominion Electric or Dominion Energy South Carolina has worked over the last number of months to go through our territory to clear up some unsettled areas throughout our different regional territories. To try to look at things that weren't quite understood as to whose territory they were. We went through with our GIS directors, looking at these factors with regards to infrastructure, locations where we currently are located, planned future infrastructure, current service distribution, to try and make sure all of our territories were completely understood. The reason for that is because across the state of South Carolina, you've seen service rights disagreements, which end up in lawsuits and things like that, disputes that just don't make it easy for both municipalities and counties. We did that, where we've come out on the other side. And now that we've done that, we have what is an electric service rights agreement in front of you that shows the exact territories, and it does affect some of the areas in Bluffton, some small areas. And when we do that, those maps go before you in this electric service rights agreement for one reading, along with the franchise agreement that goes with that, a renewal of a franchise agreement, which will be the next item up on the agenda tonight, that needs two readings that we both enter into, that establishes that actual mapping. So any questions you have, I'm happy to take those up, and let me know.
Questions, Chris? I wasn't quite sure where we're. Number 3 is something we vote on, and then number 4 is the ordinance, or?
Yeah, so number 3 is the electric service rights agreement, which is basically all three parties agreeing to the boundaries of the map. And then number 4 is the actual franchise agreement.
So our vote now is going to be on us agreeing to be in part of this territorial overlay of who does what, right?
So why they've come to us to approve this, because we have the territory rights inside the municipal limits. We have to approve that. Did I explain that right, Ashley?
Absolutely. Yep, that's exactly right.
Okay. So if there are no questions on this one item, which thank you, Mr. Stees, for clarifying that, is there a motion to approve the resolution to approve a three-party agreement between the town of Bluffton, Palmetto Electric, and Dominion Energy to delineate territory on a parcel-by-parcel basis and to agree to overarching terms to be incorporated into new franchise agreements? there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, state by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's unanimous. Moving on to the actual franchise agreement. Consideration of an ordinance relating to the renewal franchise agreement between the town of Bluffton and its electric providers, Palmetto Electric Cooperative and Dominion Energy. And this is first reading. And I guess we should say electric and natural gas providers.
Yes, so these are in your packet are the two franchise agreements. These are going to be 20-year agreements, and there's a quarterly payments of 5% of total gross sales, with exceptions on industrial and municipal. Also outlines within the franchise agreements around street lighting and some other basic terms. I don't know if Ashley or Blakely you wanted to add any comments to that.
I mean, the terms are identical with regards to the 5% term, 20 years. At the end of 20 years, or at year 19, we would go back to the council and renegotiate for the end of term of year 20 to move forward with future years. So currently we are at 5%, so there is no change there. And I believe our current term for, at least I speak for Palmetto Electric Cooperative, our current term is also 20 years.
Okay, questions? Blakely, did you have anything you'd like to add?
No, thank you for the opportunity to be here tonight. This is a great opportunity for us to come together with Palmetto Electric and with the town of Bluffton. It's something that we're all really comfortable with and hope that you will be too.
Thank you. Any other questions of any of the three? If not, this is the first reading. Is there a motion to approve an ordinance relating to the renewal franchise agreements between the town of Bluffton and its electric and natural gas service providers, Palmetto Electric and Dominion Energy, South Carolina? There's second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor state by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you, ladies, for participating. Have a great evening. Item 5, under formal agenda items, consideration of an ordinance repealing and replacing the Town of Bluffton Code of Ordinances, Chapter 6, Article 2, and amending Chapter 6, Article 3. This is first reading, and it's on business licenses and soliciting and mobile vending. Hi, Natalie. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Doing great.
I had the pleasure of meeting your daughter earlier today.
Good.
Good evening, Mayor and Town Council. For your consideration this evening is the repeal and replacement of Chapter 6, Article 2, to ensure compliance with the South Carolina Business License Tax Standardization Act, as well as the amendment to Chapter 6, Article 3. In the Act, there are certain requirements that jurisdictions must meet by January 1st, 2022. Some of them the town has already been doing, such as assigning NAICS codes to each business. Some were incorporated back in 2018 when we amended the ordinance, such as moving our due date from April 15th to April 30th and going towards the standardized class schedule recommended by MASC. And the others will be addressed in this update. It is a requirement to start using the May through April license year. Ours is currently a calendar year, so it creates a gap from the end of the calendar year to the due date of April 30th. Going forward, the town will also be required to adopt an updated class schedule every year. There was a requirement for the town to remain revenue neutral for 2022. This was through a rebalancing process with MASC. And then there's also a requirement to allow our businesses to renew their business license through MASC's payment portal. There are some recommendations. It is recommended that the town repeal its current business license ordinance and replace it with the revised model ordinance. Currently, our base allowance is $10,000, and it is recommended that we move our base allowance down to $2,000. And to extend our current business license, our 2021 business license, the expiration date from December 31st, 2021 to April 30th, 2022. With the repeal and replacement of Article 2, it left some of the definitions off that are more pertinent to Article 3. So the second part of this evening's recommendation for your consideration is to move those terms to Article 3, which is soliciting and mobile vending, and to add Section 6-74 that will capture those definitions. These next 10 slides will capture the businesses that have impacts with the rebalancing and going towards the new model ordinance. So you'll see on the next 10 slides the NAICS codes impacted, the rate class, current and future, the estimated impact, and then this is just a straight average based on those businesses. So during the rebalancing process, we identified those NAICS codes. This slide shows the largest shift in rate class with those businesses contained in the NAICS code, beginning with 524 that are currently in a Class 1 that moved to a Class 7. These are insurance agents and brokers that are not part of the Municipal Association Insurance Tax Collection Program. This next slide are businesses that start with 532 that capture equipment, supply, party, rentals, and leases. And I'm happy to pause if you have any questions or keep going.
Keep going.
Okay. These businesses are moving 4 rate classes. They're typically car washes, auto shops, equipment repair and maintenance businesses. Captured the NAICS moving three rate classes, typically mortgage, finance services, and management firms. Next 2 slides capture the 2 rate class movements. This first slide shows publishing and communication companies, and then law firms, tax businesses, architects, and surveying businesses, followed by security companies, pest control, cleaning, landscaping, and then athletic and education services. Types captured on this slide are hotels, short-term rentals, and then medical professions. And then on this slide, it's typically nail technicians, pet services, hair salons, and then certain civic organizations. Then finally, we have some that are moving 1 rate classes, 1 rate class. Moving up from 1 to 2 are manufacturing and transportation, moving from 2 to 3, arts and entertainment and recreation, and then moving from 6 to 7 are real estate and property management firms. Now there is a decrease, and that is because currently our rate class 6 is a $2 per thousand, and with the proposed rate class schedule, this will move the rate class 7 to a $1.90 per thousand. Okay, so in summary, for your consideration this evening, it is recommended to move our base allowance from $10,000 to $2,000. While the model has to not waive the late fees, it is not in the law, so it is recommended to retain the ability to reduce late fees. It is recommended to retain the incentive, or in the packet for consideration, it does include the retention of our current incentives. We also want to maintain the base fee of $50, the rate class beginning at $1, which also includes rate class 8 that includes construction and contracting. With the rebalancing, it also reduced the step increase from 20 cents to 15 cents per thousand. And I'd like to publicly thank MASC and our regional partners for all of their assistance with this. So I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions? How does this compare to our neighboring businesses in county?
So Town of Hilton Head had their first of 2 sessions today. I have not had an opportunity to reach out to my partner at Hilton Head, but they are projecting an increase in their rate class schedule. Beaufort County was a little bit, they had an adjustment on both their base fee and their per thousand, but they approved their ordinance back in December. And City of Beaufort is slated to our town or city council in September.
Any other questions, Mr. Hamilton?
I heard something last night that I didn't get a clear picture on, but it seems like they're only going to require you to have one license for.
There is the requirement, if you're doing business in any jurisdiction, there is the requirement to obtain and hold
What they were talking about, Fred, because I remember we had this when we went to the session in Columbia a few years ago. It's supposed to be one centralized place to pay all of your fees, whereas right now, if I have a license in Beaufort or Hilton, I have to go to each of them to pay my fees, whereas they're trying to move to, for South Carolina business owners, you can go to one site, pay all your fees to whatever municipalities on that site.
Where are
That's
we on
exactly
that?
right. Then that's that portal.
And is that something we're looking at with countywide or statewide? I mean, what is that?
It's a requirement in the act that we have to allow those businesses to utilize that portal.
Oh, okay. Okay. Any other questions? This is a first reading. Is there a motion to approve an ordinance repealing and replacing the Town of Bluffton Code of Ordinances, Chapter 6, Article 2, and regulations to comply with Act 176 of the 2020, and amending Chapter 6, Article 3, to add definition section? There's second.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, state by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? That's unanimous. Thank you, Natalie. Number 6, under formal items, consideration of an ordinance amending the Town of Bluffton Code of Ordinances, Chapter 23, Article 5, Section 513 and 515, 515.6, sign guidelines. What's the Q? I saw that and I didn't understand.
So that's the section related to historic district signage.
Oh, okay, okay. And Mr. Hamilton, are you leaving for a while? Okay.
She calls us all out.
Do you want Heather to pause? Okay. Heather, you're up.
Start pressing buttons.
He's already gone. I missed calling him out. Bridget and I, of course, will make it through council,
You can't get by her, Larry.
right?
I didn't see you disappear, did
All 3 men left. I just want to throw it out there.
Except for Terry.
All right, you ready?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so all of that being said, I'm here tonight for first reading of amendments to the sign ordinance in the Unified Development Ordinance. So real quick, why are we doing this? Why are we changing the sign ordinance? Update the sign regulations? Well, because in our strategic plan action item, this is one of the identified items to review and move forward with. We want to always look at our regulations and make sure that they are comprehensive and clear. So there's a lot of what we call just edits, make things easy. As you use them, you figure out things that maybe aren't clear. So move forward with that. Streamline the process, make it as efficient and clear, improving that format. And the really big one is legal compliance. Make sure that our regulations are following current case law and some court cases that have recently gone. What we are looking at, we did review this and see, can we apply this to the development agreements and the ordinances there. Unfortunately, the way that has moved forward, that's not something that can apply town-wide. However, it does affect the Unified Development Ordinance in all areas not designated in a PUD. So, Historic District, the HG zones, which there are specific regulations that we're looking to codify and kind of condense in one section, and again, all those other zoning districts. Here's just a list of those sections, like the mayor went through, and just an explanation of what they are. So the regulations themselves, permitting process and procedures, as well as defined terms. We've noticed there's some sections that are defined, but there's no regulations, or vice versa. And the historic district signage, the process is just listed a little bit differently. So we want to get that streamlined and make it clear. Just another list without pasting up the ordinance, the redlined ordinance version, which I'm happy to do so if you'd like. But these are just those sections. So just all of the different list of those existing subsections, you'll see that we're trying to condense it, get it all in a general requirement sign section with that proposed subsection list. Just some highlights, again, reformatting that section right now. If you're doing a sign in the historic district or you're doing a sign along Bluffton Road or in other zoning districts, they're in different sections. So you may think you just pull out and open the sign regulations. That's not the case in the current UDO. So we're trying to reformat that. Again, that legal question that I stated, just make sure that the objectives are content neutral. And non-discriminatory in their sign messages. So just make sure that that follows the law and the court cases. And we have worked, I will say, we have worked with Terry Finger and specifically Richardson LaBruce, and he's provided guidance and he has reviewed what's before you this evening. So it has gone through legal review at this point. In addition is, for example, permanent sign category to include freestanding signs. Presently, they're called monument signs, building signs, wall signs, and just go through and, again, use the same language, keep that consistent so it's clear. And then a sign maintenance section that does allow for that or encourage and require the removal of signs for businesses 30 days after they cease their operation. So after they close out their business license, that sign is removed as well, and that's common best management practices. Sign permit section, like I said, these are not substantive in nature, but more just streamlined with those cross-references. Again, make sure it's clear to business owners what they're required to follow, the requirements, put them in one section so in case we don't ever want to miss a cross-reference or another section that maybe a business owner, when they're contemplating a new sign, didn't happen to see, and they come to the town and we're like, well, turn the page a couple more times and maybe you find it. So again, just make that more user-friendly. Like I said, here's the same changes with the historic district. Historic district subsections, it does look like there's more proposed subsections, but again, that's just organized differently and trying to be consistent with that. And here's just some more information on the historic district signage and the different sign types, as well as the permitted wall signs. Before, wall signs were just kind of this catch-all category, as I will say, and we want to make that consistent with it's a wall sign, window sign, awning, to make it very clear that all of those different types of signs are permitted. And just follow that master sign plan requirement that for multiple establishments that there's an overall signage plan. And again, it's really codifying what's already done in many instances and throughout the town, and just kind of, like I said, just making sure that that's clear. Right now, a site feature permit is how, if you were to get a sign in the historic district, it's not necessarily a sign permit. It is called a site feature historic district, or certificate of appropriateness site feature permit. So again, this is just not substantive changes, but just meant to streamline that and cross-reference it so that it's clear. All aligned, either revising them, adding a new definition where it's left to just interpretation in some instances, and then eliminate other sign categories that are defined elsewhere or covered in other areas. I will say when we do UDO text amendments, there is review criteria in the UDO. So staff goes through, does their review of the review criteria, and then it also is what Planning Commission uses when they make their recommendations. So I will not go through the review criteria, but staff and Planning Commission as well did determine that the amendments as proposed do meet that review criteria. On June 23rd, Planning Commission did make a recommendation to approve the application as submitted, with the only clarification that the definition of sign face and sign area wanted that just codified and have staff just look at that a little bit closer because they determined that was confusing. We'll staff did is after we reviewed that, did determine that sign face was very similar. There was no need to have two different terms to define the same thing, so that has been removed. So tonight, what I'm requesting is that you either approve the application as submitted, approve it with amendments, or deny the application as submitted. However, as you know, if you need additional information or there's something else you'd like, you can approve that with conditions before it gets to second and final reading and public hearing, or table it should you desire to do that as well. Going through the process, because this is an ordinance change, the next step would, should this move forward, the next step would be a public hearing and then second and final reading. And then should that be approved, it would be effective.
I had looked at this last week. We were supposed to put first reading on this. So can we change that on the online agenda and make sure it's clear?
Yes. I apologize for that.
No, it's okay. It's okay. Questions? So in between workshop, which I know we had, I had an email, and I think I forwarded it. I think Stephen was here, maybe Chris, on the billboard issue that the county was having. Did y'all watch over that, make sure that we're ironclad tight on billboards?
Yes. So we do not allow off-premise signs. So that is not. We do not need to be.
Okay. And you compared it with, like, apparently the county had to do some housekeeping on that. Okay. Any other questions? Any questions? Is there a motion to approve amendments to the Town of Bluffton Code of Ordinances, Chapter 23, Article 3, and Section 3.21, Article 5, Section 5.13, 5.156Q, and Article 9, Section 9.2? Your second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, state by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That's unanimous. And we'll have second reading and public hearing next month. We have 6 areas in the consent agenda. For those listening or watching from home, please go on our website. We have a hyperlink that takes you to all of our departments. They do a lot of amazing work 24/7, and I really think it's worthy you to see everything. A town manager report and other items. Is there anything that anyone would like pulled from this consent agenda? If not, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor, state by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Is there a motion to go into executive session for contractual matters relating to easements necessary to complete the approved Bridge Street streetscape? That's Act FOIA 3470A1. Legal advice from town attorney on pending lawsuits, FOIA Act 3470A2. Legal advice regarding short-term rentals, FOIA Act 3470A2. And personnel matters regarding town council appointments of boards, committees, and commissions, and that's FOIA 3470A1.
Second.
Thank you. Any discussion? Before we vote, we are going to start bringing more people in. We do have that ordinance that you can come remotely if it's uncomfortable, but I think Mr. Steve's going to work on a plan to bring in at least public comment and get rid of the scratchy noise. Any other discussion?
When we do that, are we going to have any protocols in place on how we do that? Because I'm hoping expectation is not that we're having just this room to capacity. Like, what would be the guidelines as we do that?
I think that's from the county chapter going on symposium.
They can turn it off.
Stephen, would you get with us on the protocol and all? Okay.
How much percent?
50.
And how did we come to that decision? I mean, I've talked to most council and we didn't have any opinion on it.
we can keep people safeguarded in here, knowing that.
I agree, but
Thank you, Bridget. I totally agree with you, and I don't know why we need to do this now, because it's not, the silent majority, the silent majority is not knocking on doors saying we want to come to the meeting, but the vocal minority is saying we want to come here, and then if they do come here, they stay until the public comment that they want to make, and then they leave. So it's not like we doing something that we're not allowing them an opportunity to be here, because we open up for public comment, we give them a chance to speak, even virtually. The virus is still not behind us. We are acting as if everything should be right back to normal the way it was 2 years ago. We still have to take some precautions so we can make sure that we lead our community in a way that they understand that we care about everybody.
I'll answer that because I asked Mr. Steese to look into it, because we are the only council that's not meeting in public, the only one, and the Affordable Housing Committee. Everyone else is meeting. And if we can work it out to have some, don't worry about this scratching, with public comment. I want to be proactive in it, and we can definitely take a vote or give Stephen his thoughts on it. But if we don't be ahead of it, we're going to be behind it, and we need to stay ahead of the game on it. So,
we are the only municipality or the only town that has led with the virus from day one.
Mm-hmm.
So we can't compare ourselves to other areas. Other areas that didn't experience the statistics that we got. So we have to sit on our own merits. We can't compare ourselves to other people. We have to be Bluffton.
I hear you, and I'll be honest, I'm ready to get some more people in here and be ahead of it and be more proactive and not react to what I know will start happening in the next month or two, when every other council in this region meets with some kind of public participation, not just Joe in the background. So we can discuss it, maybe add it on our workshop and discuss it, and we'll do that, Mr. Cease. Okay, all in favor, say by saying aye to go into executive session.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? We're in executive session. We're out of executive session. No action was taken, no votes were cast, but there is activity outside of executive session. Is there a motion to approve the resolution authorizing just compensation to property owners for easements necessary to complete the approved Bridge Streetscape project? The amount of the easements is $34,578 with a 20% contingency reserved for negotiation.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor state by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? That's unanimous. Is there a motion to appoint Josh Simpson to Historic Preservation Commission?
So moved.
Is there a second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor state by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved. Aye.